Yeah. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. So myself, I'm Vijay. I hold 14 plus years of experience, which includes like 7 plus years of experience in Python environment. So my experience includes design, development, and implementation of Python and Django-based applications. So well versed in implementing different Python libraries like NumPy, CP, Pandas, PyTables, Matplotlib, URLlib, right? So an experience in implementing large-scale business critical systems using object-oriented programming concepts using Python and Django, and developing varieties of web applications using MVT architecture. Using what? MVT architecture. Fine. One second. So before I start, can anyone please confirm whether my voice is clear, right? Whether my screen is visible or not? One second.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay, fine. Yes, thank you. So as part of today's demo, just I'm going to cover the following things. So I'll be discussing the demo, right? Today and tomorrow, I'll be giving a brief description about Python, why Python, and who can learn Python, how it was built, how it was derived, and what type of applications we can develop by using Python, and reasons why Python is suddenly super popular, right? So today and tomorrow, my discussion will be on this Python. Okay. So these are the following topics that I'm going to discuss as part of today's session. Observe. Why Python? Yes, I request everyone to please be in mute. If you've got any queries, right, I'll be giving time for you at the end of the session. The demo goes for 1.5 hours, right? From here, at the last half an hour, I'll be giving time for your queries, general queries, right? Even like tomorrow also, I'll be spending time on this. Fine. Just I muted everyone. So at the end of the time, I'll just unmute and you can just ask your queries, right? And why Python and who can learn Python? How Python was built, and how Python real-time applications, what kind of applications we can develop today by using Python. Python mostly used for developing what kind of applications. Python usage, and which companies are using Python, and the top most applications built by using Python. Okay. Python features, Python comparison with other programming, and reasons why Python is suddenly super popular. Python scope and job market. Python scope and job market, right? And see, just I'm saying like why Python. I can define Python in 5 lines. I define Python in 5 lines. It's a general purpose programming language, multi programming features, high level language, interpreted language, user friendly programming language. One second, give me a second. Sorry. Okay. So I'm defining Python in 5 lines: general purpose programming, multi programming features, hybrid features. That's why we call Python as a hybrid language, high level language, interpreted and user friendly programming. Let me brief you one by one what it is. General purpose programming language, we call Python as a general purpose programming language. So before Python there were some languages like Pascal. There are some languages like Fortran. We have got some language like Pascal, Fortran, COBOL, right? So these languages, these are purpose based languages. We say these languages are purpose based. They are for specific purpose. They are used for specific purposes. Like if I talk like Pascal and Fortran, Pascal for developing scientific applications, Fortran for complicated mathematical applications, COBOL for business applications. Means they are used for a specific purposes, not for all the purpose, but a language which is suitable for developing any type of application. Such a language we call it as general purpose programming language. So Python is such a kind of language where we can develop any kind of application, like automation applications, web applications, animation applications, gaming applications, networking applications, embedded applications, desktop applications. So wide varieties of applications can be developed by using Python. So it's a general purpose programming language. It's not for a specific purpose. Any kind of applications can be developed by using Python. Multi programming features. So just let me give an example, right? A labor example. For example, if I give if you want to launch a new product in the market, right? Think that you want to launch a new mobile phone into the market, right? To attract the customers, right? What features you want to see within it, right? The features what we see in different other mobiles, right? Everything, if you are embedding within a single piece, it's going to attract the customers, right? In the same manner, Python is such a kind of programming language where it has got the feature of different other programming languages within it. Like it has got the features of procedural oriented programming like C language. It has got the features of object oriented programming like C++, and it has got the features of scripting language like Linux shell script. It has got the features of modular programming. See, I can say multi programming features. Later I'll discuss in brief about this multi programming features. That's the reason we call Python as a hybrid language. It's a hybrid language, right? Because of this multi feature supports. That's the reason any kind of applications we can develop using Python, just like scripting, object oriented programming, modular programming, and procedural oriented, right? So high level language. Python is a high level language. Observe this: high level. So there are two types of languages mainly. Two types of languages: low level language and high level language. Observe this: low level language and high level language, and high level languages. Low level and high level languages, right? Okay. Low level language like assembly level language or machine level language, like assembly level or machine level, right? These languages are not human understandable. They are not human understandable. They are not human understandable. They are not portable. They are not portable. And they are machine dependent. They are machine dependent, right? Machine dependent. They cannot run on all the hardwares and all the operating systems. So low level languages, they are not human understandable, they are not portable, they are not, they are machine dependent, they cannot run on all the hardware and all the operating systems. But high level languages like Python, right? High level languages, they're Python, right? They are human. First thing is they are human understandable, they are portable, and machine independent. Machine independent, they can run on all the hardware and all the operating systems. Human understandable, portable, machine independent, they can run on all the hardware and all the operating systems, right? So Python is a high level language, general purpose programming language, where any kind of application, multi programming features are included. Later I'll brief you, I'll just describe what all that programming features what Python has got. Well, that's the reason we call Python as a hybrid language, because of its hybrid features, high level and interpreted language. Python is a interpreted language, interpretation. We have got compilation languages and interpretation languages, right? Compilation languages executes the entire program at once. Observe this diagram once. So if I talk like compilation languages, this is your code. Observe this, you have got some lines of code, right? You got some lines of code. All these lines of code are executed at once. Compilation. Interpretation, line by line execution. If you've got some 5 lines of code, line by line execution, line by line it is going to execute. Interpretation. So Python is an interpretation language. It executes the statements statement by statement, which makes debugging easy, right? It's a cross-platform language. Python is a cross-platform language, so which can run on any platform such as Windows, Linux, Mac OS. So it can run on any platform. And user-friendly programming. Python is a user-friendly programming or programmer-friendly programming language. Python is a user-friendly or programmer-friendly programming language, which provides a simple syntaxes. Python provides simple syntaxes, which looks like normal English statements. The statements of Python looks like normal English statements. They are not as complex as other programming. The Python statements look like normal English statements, right? So I'll be just take a task and I'll try to implement in multiple languages, and I'll show you like how the coding of Python looks, how simple it looks, like just like normal English statements as compared with other programming, right? By taking a task, I'll just differentiate the Python coding with other language code. Okay, you can just check that coding wise, complexity wise, length wise, you can check how this Python code as compared with other programming, right? And once again, I'm saying as Python has taken the features for multi-programming, right? Once again, so as part of our course, I'll be discussing in brief about all those, right? Like functional programming, object-oriented programming, scripting, and modular programming features. Everything I'm going to cover. Who can learn Python? Who can learn Python means there is no prerequisite that you need to have the knowledge of the other languages like C or Java. With zero programming knowledge also, you can just update with Python. So everything we'll be discussing from the scratch ground level to the advanced application oriented way, right? Fine. Okay, how Python was built, and how Python was derived, right? So Python, one second. So it has taken features from different other programming, right? It has taken some advantage from one programming, some other advantages from other programming, and some other advantages from. So from different programming languages, it has taken the features. Python, Python taken features from, observe this, features from different programming languages. Different programming languages such as, observe, procedural oriented programming, procedural oriented programming, like C language. Example for this procedural oriented program, it has taken the features from C language. Just like C, you can develop applications. And object oriented programming, right? So Python is not a kind of programming language which is it's not a programming language or a technology which is very recently introduced into the market. It is not a new kind of language which was not recently introduced. It was introduced almost like 30 years back. Python was developed almost like 30 years back. It was introduced in the year 1989, right? But all of a sudden Python has got a great boom. So I'll be discussing at the end of the session. I'll be discussing and I'll be just briefing you about all the reasons why Python became suddenly super popular in the market currently, right? And why Python is mostly used currently in implementing different domains in different high-end technologies, right? Okay. Object oriented programming, it has taken the features from this procedural oriented programming like C language. It has taken the features from object oriented programming like C++. So Python was introduced before Java in the year 1995, Python in the year 1989, right? Okay. And it has taken the features from scripting languages, right? Okay. Like shell script, example like shell script. It has taken the features from shell script. And it has taken the features from modular programming like Modulo 3. Has taken the features from modular programming like Modulo 3, right? Okay. So like especially from it has got Python providing thousands of models, like nearly like 89,300 inbuilt models Python is providing for various domains. It is providing models for various domains. Within the models, we have got some built-in functionalities using which we can perform the operations, right? No need to write huge codings. Modules. See, even object-oriented programming like C++, even Java comes as an object-oriented programming, right? But as if you see the Java programmers or developers are strictly restricted to use only object-oriented programming features. Without object-oriented programming, there is no Java application or a program. But in Python, without object oriented, with the procedural oriented, with the modular programming, many types of applications we can build, right? So there is no restrictions that we need to use only a particular object oriented programming in Python. We can go with difference. So here Python has got, so we can write many scripts, Python scripts, automation scripts, right, using Python. So it has got many models for it. And even like if I come to this modular programming, Python has got a great boom because of this modular programming or this modules, where it is providing modules for every domain, whatever domain you are from, right? Python provides a module. 89,300 inbuilt modules what Python providing for every domain, right? For example, we talk about these modules, right? Okay. For example, for data science, Python providing different models. Like we have got models like NumPy, Pandas, CP, Matplotlib. So for plottings and visualizations, separate models Python is providing for this data science and machine learning, right? Okay. Even for this big data environment also, right? Python providing separate models. Whatever domain you are from, right? Python provides models for each and every domain, right? Whether you are from data science, whether you are from big data, or for testing or test cases, right? Like Python providing separate models even for this testing or test, and for networking, even the separate models Python provides for If you're from database background, right? If you're from database background, right? For every database, Python provides a module using which we can easily connect with any database. Python can easily connect with any database, right? Okay. For example, if you want to connect with Oracle database, we have got like cx underscore Oracle, right? That is the module Python provides to connect with it. Uh, it's not as complex as other programming languages for connecting with the database, right? Just like 1 or 2 minutes of discussion, it's enough, right? To connect with this database. Just the module name and the connecting details or connecting parameters, right? And for example, for every database, for MySQL, right? Like we have got PyMySQL or mysql.connector using which Python can connect with this database. And for SQL server, right? PyODBC. For SQL server, for every PyODBC is the module using which we can connect with that database. And for operating system, right? Operating system, OS. As the name of the model itself is OS for creating different, for if you want to create files or if you want to remove a file, if you want to see what is present in a particular directory or particular, okay, all OS kinds of activities you can perform with this OS module, right? And any type of file formats, like if you want to work with Excel files, we have got separate model Python provides for reading data from Excel file, for writing data into Excel. Like we have got modules like Excel RD, Excel SX Writer. These are the modules Python provides for reading and writing data. So just by writing some Python statements, right? Just by writing some Python statements, if you execute it, then Excel workbook or Excel file gets created at whatever location you are specifying, right? At whatever location, at that location, uh, a Excel workbook gets created. Later, you can insert data into that Excel workbook, Excel sheets, multiple Excel sheets you can create. In the second Excel sheet, if I want to insert data, I can insert it. Okay, I can compute or computing or keeping some kind of formulas using Excel, right? So we have got separate models Python providing not only for Excel, for any kind of files like this Excel files, CSV, comma separate values files. The name of the model itself is CSV model. Okay, separate models Python providing. Even for PDF files, Python has got separate model where we can generate a PDF file by writing Python statements. XML files, XML files, right? We can create XML files. We can read data from it, write data into that XML files, or PDF files, CSV files, Excel files, JSON files, JavaScript object notation, right? Any kind of file format, separate models Python has got. If you want to work with some kind of mathematical operations, the name of the model is math model is available. And for statistics, we have got many stat models are available. And for generating graphs, right? Any type of graphs. Once again, can anyone please confirm whether my voice is clear or not? One second. I'll just, it's now you can confirm me, right? Yes, through voice. Anyone, can you please?
Yeah, clear.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Clear, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Clear, clear.
Thank you. So for each and okay. So for any kind of whatever domain you are from, data science or big data, testing or networking, or database background or operating systems, or if you want from statistics, for generating graphs, any type of graph like normal graph, bar graph, histogram, scatter plot, stack plots, or pie graph, any kind of graph you can generate by using Python. Means it looks very simple. I'll show you some examples, right? In the, for example, in tomorrow or day after tomorrow session, Just I'll show you sample example without any knowledge on Python. You can just see how these graphs can be generated. Okay, you can easily understand, right? They look like normal English statements using this models concept, where it has got some built-in functions using which we can generate this. Okay, fine. So whatever domain, like thousands of models Python is providing, not only for this computer applications, for even for electrical or for civil, right? For embedded applications, for computer aided designing, for CAD applications, right? So thousands of models, like 89,000 modules Python providing for various domains. Okay, so I'll just come back to this models total in our program, total in our course, right? I'll be discussing many models in brief. Some models related to data science I'll be discussing, some models related to big data, some models related to operating systems, some models related to databases, how to connect with different databases, and I'll also show you the installation of one database, how to connect to it, how to perform that various SQL operations, transaction management. And I'll take some like how to generally how to read data from different files. Like I'll take some different files like CSV, PDF, XML, JSON, right? Excel files, how to read data from those, how to write data, how to create and how to read by using those modules. So different types of inbuilt modules I'll be discussing as part of this course. And also like how to create our own modules. If you're unable to perform that operation, how to create our own modules using Python, right? Creating our own models, user defined modules. Because of this modules concept only, like I can say like Python has got a great boom. It is providing models for various domains, right? Fine. Before we go, right, if you are updating with any technology, first you should know, right, what kind of applications we can develop using Python, right? Python mostly used for developing what kind of applications, right? So just I'll be discussing one by one application in brief, right, where exactly Python is used, right? And also just what are the companies using Python, top most application built by using Python, right? Python real-time applications, Python real-time applications, right? Okay. So Python mostly used today, like Python mostly used in creation of automation applications. So I'll just creation of automation applications today. If it's everything getting automated, right? So a lot of like using technologies like data science, using technologies like IoT, right? Even in the AWS or DevOps, right? We use Python a lot for writing mini scripts. Okay. For example, if I take like IoT nothing but Internet of Things. So today, if we say like everything through online, right? Online banking, online shopping, online exams, online education, e-learning, online business, e-commerce, communication through online, like audio, video, chatting, games through online, media and healthcare, everything through online, right? So if you see in the coming days, the applications, IoT like applications or data science, artificial intelligence, like most of the things implementation goes in Python, right? So you should have seen like smartphones, should have seen like smart TVs, right? You are going to see like smart homes and smart cities using this technology like IoT and AI, right? Means if I can define this IoT, it is a physical network or device embedded with electronics, software, sensors, and network connectivity for collecting data, exchanging data, and controlling the things from the place where you are. You can say like different devices, electronic devices connecting with each other and communicating with each other, right? So here in this IoT also we will be writing scripts in Python, right? Totally like coding goes in Python. Most of the coding goes with Python. And even if we talk like data science, right? Where Python is used within this data science. So everything deals with the data within this data science. Everything deals with the data. Data has got experience, data has got future reference. Using data only you are going to perform that analysis, right? Using data science we perform data analysis, data predictions, data classifications, clusterings, recommendations, right? It's a blend of technique. The main technique what we see in data science is nothing but ML, machine learning, right? Machine learning, right? Machine learning. So where exactly Python can be used? Machine learning, without entering into this technicals of this, in a simple way, it is an approach. Machine learning, it is an approach where we provide some. This is where we provide some data patterns to an application or a system. See, observe. This is an application where you are going to provide some data patterns. Based on the data patterns provided, you are making the application to predict in the automated fashion, right? You're providing some data patterns to an application and making it to predict in the automated fashion. A very small example, a bank provided loans to 1,000 customers. Assume that it has provided loans to 1,000 customers, right? Out of this 1,000, 600 they are paying the loans regularly. 400 we call them, they are not paying the loans. We call them as defaulters, right? They are not paying the loans. So tomorrow, like if like new customers are approaching, right? The application need to predict to whom to approve, to whom to reject. So the 600 people who are paying have got some common features. I am grouping them as X features. And the 400 who are not paying, they have got some common features. I am grouping them as Y features. Means features with like their age, their income, their financial status, everything. So using this X and Y features, I'm going to provide the patterns to the applications. I'll train the application by providing the patterns. Based on the patterns provided, the application need to predict in the automated fashion, right? For example, if 100 new customers have approached for a loan, to whom to approve, to whom to reject, right? Like out of this 100, 30 has got X features, 70 has got Y features. To whom to approve, to whom to reject means the previous data or previous history is saying like people with X features can pay the loans. You can approve the loans for this, reject the loans for this, right? As the history or data is saying that people with Y features, they will not pay the loans. So approve the loans for this, reject the loans for this. Who is doing this? Application. How application performing this? Application is trained by providing the patterns. Who is training this? The person who trains this application by providing the data patterns. We call him as a data scientist. Okay, this is not part of our discussion, but here we have got many we have got many ML techniques, right? Machine learning techniques, regression techniques, classification techniques, pattern matching techniques. Okay. Regression, classification, clustering, pattern matching techniques, right? Many techniques we have got. For all these techniques, to implement, right, we require one language. To implement all these techniques, we require a language, right? To code this or to implement this, we require a language. So Python is the mostly chosen, or mostly used programming language to implement this ML algorithms or ML techniques, right? Where Python is providing many modules like NumPy, CP, Matplotlib, okay, for plottings, visualizations, for data analysis, right? Okay, so here within this data science, right, within this data science environment, within this ML, Python is used. Even in this, we talk about this DevOps, right? Even in this DevOps, we are using Python a lot for writing many automation scripts. For example, it's generally Python, it acts as a remedy to any problem in the IT industry, right? When it comes, for example, if you talk about DevOps, right, the ultimate goal within this DevOps To reduce the time taken by the DevOps lifecycle, Python provides a structural solution, right, in automating the tasks in the DevOps lifecycle stages, right, like requirement gathering, system design, implementation, testing, deployment, and its maintenance. I can say, like here in DevOps, right, Python is one of the best scripting languages which has got many libraries, Python libraries, which allows to write many scripts. Okay, fine. And for readable automation scripts, right? Fine. So first application, like automation application, Python is mostly used. Apart from that, like here today, like Python mostly used of creation of web applications today. Like many web applications are getting developed using Python. Many web applications are getting developed by using Python today, right? As compared, you can ask, right, web applications. Previously, we have got Java, .NET, PHP, many other technologies available for creation of web applications from the last 20-25 years. We are using those for developing the web applications. But if you talk just, if you observe like statements wise, coding wise, programming wise, you can check how simple this Python looks. Not only that, for web applications creations, right, Python providing some frameworks like Django framework, like Flask framework, Pyramid framework, Bottle framework, Turbo Gear. So we have got many frameworks Python is providing for creating these web applications. Django is the most famous framework Python providing for developing web applications, right? At a rapid speed, we can develop web applications. And also, like we have got many flexible features where we can see within this framework what, so everything taken care by this framework, where it has got its own database like SQLite 3. Okay, so many web applications also getting developed using Python today. Okay, and in big data applications, many big data applications also Python is mostly used. I'm saying in big data applications also Python is mostly used. For example, just I'll take a minute or two for discussing where exactly this Python used within this big data environment, right? The big data, the name itself saying like huge volumes of data, right? Like how the data is getting stored, right? The data storage units like KBs of data, MBs of data, GBs of data, petabytes, exabytes, zettabytes, etabytes, so terabytes, so on, right? So from T, sorry, it's TB here. From TB onwards, we say it as huge data or big data, right? Huge data generation. Yes, I'll be forwarding the notes, not a problem, right? Fine. So from TB onwards, we say it as big data or huge data. So you should have seen KBs of data, MBs of data, or GBs, or even TBs, right? But do you think like petabytes or exabytes of data, is it getting generated in the current real world? If so, examples of that petabytes of data generation, right? Like if we talk about the social media like Facebook, right? Total social media like Facebook, millions and trillions of users. How many posts and videos are getting circulated in a minute? What is the data generated by Facebook in a minute? Not only like Facebook, right? If I talk about any application today, if we talk, it is generating huge data, right? Just if I take 1 minute a transaction, a huge data is getting generated, right? In a minute. What is the data generated by Facebook in a minute? Like millions and trillions of users for Facebook. How many posts and videos are getting circulated? What is the data generation by Facebook? Our Twitter tweets keeps on generating. Or if I talk about Google queries, you are querying in the Google, right? What is the data generated by Google in a minute? Huge data, right? Not in GBs or TBs, in petabytes. Or millions and trillions of users creating their own videos and uploading in the YouTube, right? YouTube videos upload. What should be the storage capacity of that YouTube? And what is the data generated by YouTube in a minute? Or if I talk about the Gmail messages, right? What is the data generated by them? Or if I talk like bank transactions, right? Like lakhs of branches, millions of customers making multiple transactions per hour, per day, per month, per week, right? Not only like a bank, like telecom transactions, or if I talk about the e-commerce like Flipkart or Amazon, right? So huge transactions, okay, huge data getting generated anywhere, right? So for this huge data, petabytes of data generation, petabytes of data generation, we have got some big data tools are available, big data technologies, right? Like big data Hadoop, big data Spark, right? Especially Spark has got a very high boom, Hadoop and Spark, where Spark very high speed processing. For implementing this, we have got languages like Scala, we have got languages like Python, right? Especially Hadoop or Spark, like Spark with Scala or Spark with Python, right? Like PySpark, right? So even in big data environment, I'm saying, right, this Python is used, right? And apart from this, what are the other applications where I'll just out one by one the various other applications, right, in Python, where Python is used in scientific applications, right? Scientific applications are for numerical analysis, like Python is used even in the research and in research and development, right? By NASA, for example, NASA is using Python for its research and development activities, as Python has got hybrid features, multiple features, using which we can develop many varieties of applications, right? Okay. Apart from this, Python is also used for GUI or animations, GUI or animation applications. We have got a model like TK Inter, PyQt models, right? Many animation applications are GUI, graphical user interface applications, can be created. And game development, gaming applications are for game development, right? Today Python is mostly used for developing games, online games, single user, multi-user online games. Especially for game development, Python provides a framework called Pygame. Pygame is a framework given by Python especially for developing games. Even not only Pygame, we have got like Pycora. Pycora is a framework, one more framework given by Python for developing games in Python. And we have got some uh, 3D rendering libraries like PySoy. PySoy is a 3D rendering libraries, okay, for game development, right? Apart from this, Python can be used for testing or for test cases, okay, and even for scheduling tasks, for scheduling tasks, we have got Airflow for it. And apart from this, Python is used for one of the hottest application of Python, like for it is used for database applications, right? It can connect with any like MySQL, Oracle, Postgres SQL, like SQL Server. For we can connect with any of this database, right? And Python is also used for networking applications, right? Networking applications, especially for networking applications, Python providing a framework called like Twisted Python, right? It is a framework given by Python especially for network programming or for network applications. So web applications, big data, scientific, game development, testing, scheduling, database applications, networking applications, even Python used for software development, right? For software development, right? Software developers make use of Python as a support language. So they use like Buildbot, Apache Gump for automated and compilation and testing, right? Roundup, Track for project management and bug tracking. So even for the software development, Python is used. And even for business applications, Python is also used for business applications. business applications, and Python is one of the best choice to develop e-commerce systems. For developing e-commerce systems, like we have got even Triton. Triton is a three-tier high-level general purpose application, right? Apart from this, Python can be used for web scraping, right? Scraping data or harvesting data or extracting data from different websites. Scraping data from websites, right? Extracting data from websites. If data presents in databases, you will query it, but if not present within the database, you will scrap it from the different websites, right? And Python is also used for embedded applications. Right? For embedded applications, um, the most well-known embedded application, yeah, Mukesh Ranga, not a problem. You will be getting the recorded. Every session is video recorded, right? You'll be getting the session video, not a problem, right? Every session is video recorded. Every session, the recorded video you will be getting, right? So once again, I'm saying, right, not a like next 2 or 3 days you can attend the sessions same time with the same link to see more on this Python. So just I'll take some 20 minutes more to discuss more on this, and then trends in Python, job opportunities in Python, okay, reasons why it is suddenly super popular. Fine. Embedded applications, right? Most well-known embedded application like Raspberry Pi. Okay, it's most well-known embedded application like which uses Python for its computing, right? Fine. Apart from this, where Python can be used like audio and video applications. For audio and video applications, right? Audio and video applications, like we have got some applications, famous applications like Team Player, C Play. These are some applications which are built by using Python. And not only for computer applications, I said, even for and so like civil applications like CAD, computer aided design, CAD applications, where it provides models like 3D CAD applications, right? And for computer vision, right? Computer vision, like face detection, color detection, object detection. Python is used for this. Yeah, yeah. Apart from this, Python also used within this robotics, right? And for writing any scripts and for data analysis. Right? So these are the various applications where Python can be used. I was saying like Python is a general purpose programming. It's not purpose built. It is not for a specific purpose, right? If for any kind of application we can develop using Python. Okay. So these are the various applications, right? Like automation, web applications, big data, scientific, game development, testing, scheduling, database, software development, business application, web scraping, audio and video applications, CAD, robotics, and for data analysis, right? Okay. Let me say like who are using Python today, who are using Python, and top most applications built by using who are using Python today, and top applications built by using top applications. You can check in Google also, right? Top up, you can just type top applications built by using Python. You can check, right? We'll get many, like in Google, right? Google is using Python for its web search systems. Yahoo is using Python. YouTube is using Python for its video sharing service. Okay. Instagram uses Python. Instagram is built by using Python. And as I said, NASA is using Python for its research and development activities because of its hybrid features. Uber is using Python. Uber, like there is a Uber pricing algorithm implemented. Dropbox, Pinterest, right? Pinterest. So topmost applications built and using Python, right? Pinterest, and we've got some MMOG, nothing but massively multiplayer online games. Massively multiplayer online games built by using Python, right? As I said, like Maya, a powerful 3D animation, just like Photoshop and Flash Maya, a powerful 3D animation uses Python scripting APIs, right? And BitTorrent for file sharing service, right? iRobot, iRobot, right? For military and commercial applications. Netflix using Python for its subscription and for security automation, right? Iron Port email server, right? Iron Port email server product. Email server, right? It uses more than 1 million lines of Python code to do its job, right? And for hardware testing, companies like IBM, Seagate, Qualcomm, all this they use Python for hardware testing. And even like we have got some Cora, some more like Cora is built by using Python, right? Spotify. So there are some applications built by using Python. Google, Yahoo, YouTube, Instagram, right? Built by using Python. And for example, if I talk about this Google, one of the greatest examples of Python web application, right? Google's, for example, Google first web crawling was written in Java, but later it was so difficult that it was rewritten in Python. Netflix, right? If I talk about this Netflix, it's a classic example of choosing Python programming. Netflix uses Python libraries like CP, NumPy to execute numerical analysis and for security automation, right? Even Dropbox, if I talk about this Dropbox, it's the home for your documents, files, photos. It was written in Python. And even like we have got a Reddit, it's a collection of social news and web content, right? Instagram, right? For photo and video sharing, social media, right? The prime reason for Instagram to opt for Python is its simplicity and practicality, right? Fine. So these are who are using Python today and top most applications built by using Python. Okay, and so I'll take it. So people from non-programming background or zero programming knowledge, not a worry, right? So I'll take a task in Python. I'll take a task and I'll try to implement in multiple languages, and I'll show you how simple and how easy it looks using Python. So I'll just discuss that in tomorrow's session. But and as compared with other programming language, I can easily interact with Python statement by statement. I can easily interact with Python statement by statement, just like how you will communicate with your friend through messages, right? In the same manner, statement by statement, it Python gives response for every statement I type, right? Just observe here. At the bottom search panel, I'm typing CMD, go to the command prompt, just type Python, just say enter. It will display the Python version. Python version is displayed, and the Python interpreter gets opened, right? Python interpreter gets opened. the three arrowed you can see, right? You can type any valid Python statement and you can interact with Python statement based, right? First you check with any normal arithmetic operator. 4 plus 5 gives the response. 5 into 7, right? It gives the response. In Python, dynamic data types, no need to say like int x equal to 10. Directly we can say like x as 10. What kind of variable x is means what value you are assigning to it. Integer means if you're assigning integer value, integer variable creates dynamically during runtime. Compulsory you need to assign a value for creating a variable in Python. Okay, y you can x is 10, y is 5. What is x plus y? It gives the response, right? X minus y, it gives the response. X into y, x plus 4, x minus 4, x into 4. X into 4 means 10 into 4, 40. X to the power of power symbol in Python. X to the power of 4, right? 10 to the power of 4, 10,000, right? And in this way, any valid Python statement, like if I'm taking a string like hello, excuse me, x into 3 prints hello for 3 times, x into 5 prints hello for 5 times, right? Any valid Python statement, right? You can type here and you can check it, right? This kind of feature you cannot see in other programming. So interactive mode supported by Python. So from the discussions what we had from the last 1 hour, right? So from that, can you please enumerate and just say me the reasons which makes Python suddenly super popular? So just reasons which makes Python, right? Reasons. So just I'm unmuting you all, right, for that interaction, right? So I want the sessions to be interactive. So as it is a demo session, right? Just so now I made just unmuted you all. Just you can see me through voice or through chat panel the reasons which makes Python suddenly super popular.
Because of different applications, different platform we can use this Python.
The
IT,
flexible.
gaming, database applications,
Yes.
networking, different.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. What?
Python is a general purpose language.
Yes. Yes. So just let me just write that all this. So the first thing what people like, right? So generally, if any person, right, you doesn't want huge coding, right? You doesn't want huge coding. First thing is very less coding you are going to see in tomorrow's session. I'll be just showing you that, right? Very less code, right?
Yeah,
Second,
minimize.
very less code, and please be in it. Okay, just let me brief you, right? Very less coding, simple syntaxes. What is that? Simple syntaxes given by Python. Simple syntaxes given by Python. They look like normal English statements. In the tomorrow session, I'll just provide you multiple examples so that you can understand, right, how the statements of Python looks. Not as complex as either C language or Java language, right? Okay. Very less coding, simple syntaxes, and third one is like hybrid features, multi-programming features, right? Hybrid features and interactive mode. Just now I was saying, right, you can interact with Python statement by statement, where you cannot see this feature in other programming, right? Open source, right? Okay. And next, observe this. Just now we are saying, right, wide varieties of applications, right? Wide varieties of applications. wide varieties of applications. Wide variety. Okay, many types of applications. What I have discussed right here, like CAD applications, embedded applications, automation applications, web applications, the gaming applications, business applications, right? And many built-in modules and libraries, right? Many built-in libraries. Just now I was saying, right? Python providing modules for every domain. For example, for data science, separate models for big data, for operating systems, for graphs, different types of modules, right? Okay, fine. Many built-in libraries. So these are the reasons, main reasons which makes Python suddenly super popular, right? Currently, right? So if you see like, uh, if you go 10 years back, right? If you go 10 years from here, right? Like 2010 or 11, right? 2010 you take, right? 2010 at that time. So um, if you talk about the software industry, right? You've got like programming and non-programming. Even for non-programming, like administrators, like we need to have the knowledge in Python, where they write many automation scripts, right? Previously, they used to write using shell script, Linux shell script, right? Which looks very complex to understand as compared with Python, simple Python scripting. And if you come to this developers programming, right? Two major programming languages, Python and Java, both are the two major programming languages for developing enterprise applications, right? But apart from Java, apart Python is used for different other applications where Java cannot be used. Java cannot be used for creating automation applications. Java is never preferred for data science environment. For implementing ML or DL techniques, right? Java is never preferred for automation applications in like IoT or in robotics or in DevOps or AWS writing scripts. Java is not preferred. Okay. And for example, if you take in 2010, Java is like nearly 45% used in the industry, right? 45% used, and Python just 4% used, and like 4% used, right? If you go back like 10 years or 11 years back. But currently, if you go like 2020, right? If you just say like Java, just I'll show you the graphs. I'll just open Google and show you all the statistics, right? Java like 19% used, and Python like 31% used in the industry, right? Okay. It was increased. Python usage has increased a lot, right? Even in the coming days, 2021, 22, like even if you see, there is a huge increase in Python applications. Yes. Okay. Now, just I'll show you like Python. See the job opportunities in Python, the salaries for Python, the average jobs for Python. Okay, you can just check. I'll open this Google and I'll show you, right? Just observe this. Uh, popular coding language. Just you can check popular coding language. First check in 2020 later. In 2020 or 21, right? You can just check this, right? 2020 or 21. Yeah, Sai Prakash Dev, yes, just I'll give time for you, right? 1 second. Top 10 Python programming languages. Python, next comes JavaScript, Java, right? All this. Observe this. Most popular programming language used by top 25 unicorns, right? Python stands first. And if you see the most popular programming languages, Python stands first. Next comes Java, JavaScript, right? We see from the last 4 years, especially 2017, see this blue color, 2018, this orange color, 2019, this hash color, 2020, right? this below, right? And if you talk about this Java, 2017 there is an increase, 2018 there is a decrease, in 2019 there is an increase. It's not stable, right? Okay. If you see that the average salaries, rank by average salaries for Python, right? Python average salary stands first in that, and even for volume of job openings now, like Python has got, right? Especially now, we see very less people who has got command in Python programming, right? Even in the coming days, after 1 or 2 years, the competition in Python also gets increases, right? See, from last 20 years, like if you talk about Java, right? Everybody getting updated with Java. And if you see, so this is the ranking, Python rank. Python stands number one ranked programming language. If you see, one second, language rank, right? Python stands number one ranked programming. Next, you can see the other programming languages. And the usage, see this ranking. Python stands number one ranked programming language. Next comes the other programming like Java, JavaScript. And the percentage of usage of Python in the industry, can you check it here currently? I said Java 19%, 19.6%, Python 31% used, right? C++ 9%, Ruby like 7%, right? And just check this. Fine. So mainly like today, if you see like the increase of data science, automation applications, AI applications, the without Python, right? The data science that AI implemented, the prerequisites for data science and for this machine learning is Python. The prerequisite for data science, right? It's Python. You need to know Python, right? If you want to update with data science, machine learning, right? Popularity of programming languages, right? Not only for data science, now today like web applications creations also, it looks very simple. At a rapid speed you can develop a web application using Python Django framework, right? It has got its own server, it has got its own database also. Fine. Okay, so just before I go with your queries, right? Just let me show what I'm going to discuss as part of the course, right? One second. So from the basic ground level to the advanced application oriented way, so nearly like 30 topics mainly I'm going to discuss in brief. So where you will get command on this total Python programming, right? Starting from the Python basics. Okay, Python basics, right? And Python operations, Python modes, execution modes, right? And in real time we use like IDs, right? Like PyCharm ID, Jupyter Notebook, Spider ID, Eclipse ID, NetBeans, Atom ID, okay, VS Code. So I'm going to discuss all those IDs, like how to download, how to install, and how to run the Python code on these various IDs, right? Python IDs. What are the various IDs? Anaconda distributions, Anaconda prompt navigator, okay, Jupyter Notebook. Everything I'm going to discuss on this IDs, right? The mostly used one is PyCharm. Later I'll discuss about this operators in Pythons and Python operations, various operations, constants, variables, type conversions, right? And looping statements like while loop, okay, if else statements, flow control statements, looping, right? Strings in Python in brief, in depth, like string indexing, string slicing, string properties, string functions, string methods, string special characters, right? Everything, right? And collections in Python in brief, in depth, right? Collections. Are you able to see my screen? Can anyone please confirm?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
able to see your screen, sir.
Fine, fine. Okay. So collections in Python in brief, right? List operations, list properties, list indexing, list slicing, list functions, list methods, different ways of creating list, nested list modifications, list insertions, list. Similarly for tuple operations, their indexing, their list addresses, tuple functions, set operations, right? And dictionary creations, their properties, nested dictionaries, dictionary methods, like how to insert and delete elements, right? Okay. Functions in Python in brief, in depth, right? The various like default, non-default, keyword, non-keyword arguments, arbitrary or variable length arguments, like different types of functions like lambda function, filter function, map function, reduce function, right? And coming to this modules in Python, the modular programming, how to use a model. So you will be getting the soft copy right tomorrow to your mail IDs, right? Otherwise, even in the website, you can see that this course content is available in the website also. So here, what is a model? Different ways of importing it, renaming a model, reloading a model, different ways of importing. Okay, package in models in Python, package in Python, errors and exceptions in Python, file handling in Python. Okay. Regular expression, extracting the required data from the given data, regular expressions. Object oriented programming features in brief, like class, object, inheritance, polymorphism, overriding, constructors, destructors. Database access, Python database connectivity, database access. I'll be showing the installation of one database connecting to Python, and how to perform various operations, querying, right? Transaction management, Python date and time related applications, graphical user interface, GUI programming, TK Interact, operating system model, right? OS model, working with Excel workbook, advanced concepts like iterator, generator, closer, decorators, web scraping, scraping data, working with CSV, Excel, JSON files, data analytics, introduction to this, and some introduction to this data science, NumPy model in brief, NumPy arrays, NumPy indexing, NumPy and Python, pandas model, and matplotlib for plottings and visualizations, right? So, and many other advanced models. This is the course concept that I'm going to discuss in brief, right? Nearly like 30, I said like 30 topics in brief. So some models related to data science, some models related to database, some related to operating system, some related to graphics and regular expressions, multi-threading, and how to create our own models. How to create our own models, I'll be discussing, right? Okay, now if you got any queries, right, you can just go with your queries, right?
Sir, how long time it will take, sir, to complete the course?
So nearly like it will be taking like 80 to 100 hours. So I'll be taking nearly like 80 to 100 hours, like 2.5 months.
2.5 months.
Like 2.5 months.
Any project, sir? Any
Project only.
At the last I'll be discussing one, right?
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
So then
Sir, this course is good for developers.
yeah, this is for developers, right?
Okay, so I am a test engineer, so I want to shift to a developer side.
Yes.
So this course is very useful for us.
So yes, I'm going to discuss more than 300 plus code examples, right? Step by step, right? Everything I'll be typing and showing. See, one thing, please ask your queries and please go into Meet.
And sir, you're going to share the video as well, sir? Class video?
Yes. So I'm just, you will be getting every session is a video recorded. You will be getting the recorded video that day itself, right?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Yeah, you told like the course duration is 2.5 months, and after that, like how many months we have to practice to get a good grip on Python?
So one thing, the thing what I'm expecting from you is from the day one onwards, right? Once we enter into the practical part, that day itself only you are supposed to explore that whatever topic we are discussing, right? Every day new topic we'll be discussing. First variable, next data types, next operators, flow controls, collections, functions of other operators, like modules, next packages, next errors, exceptions, object oriented. Every day one new topic gets added to your program, right? You need to explore every day you are supposed to explore it, check it practically, experiment it, change the input, right? For programming, if you want to have a good command on this programming, even I'll be giving some assignment tasks every week, right? So topic wise, I'll be providing some assignments and some interview questions. So for your practice, right? So that you will be writing your own code so that you will get some command on this, okay,
Okay.
programming. So I said I'll be discussing 300 plus code examples, right, as part of this course, entire course. And it's not like bringing some pre-written code and just explaining it, right? So everything I'll be typing and showing you step by step, line by line, right, explanation, right? And the sessions will be interactive sessions. As for every statement I type, you will be responding, right? Whether your answer is correct or wrong, I want you people to respond, right? The sessions to be interactive, right?
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Like, will it be conducted for daily 1 hour or is it like 2 hours for 2.5 months, sir?
No, yes, daily it will be for 1 hour. Sometimes during some Saturdays, we'll be planning some bigger sessions. I'll be discussing with you about the timings and that availability, right? So I'll be planning some bigger sessions some days to discuss more number of examples.
On Sundays also. Okay.
Mostly Saturdays I'll be taking. Sometimes at the last at the end, feel that we are running out of days, I'll plan some bigger sessions, right?
Okay.
Sir, only Python or any
Hello.
Django you are going to discuss daily Django like data science and ML or anything.
So here totally my discussion, my here in this course I'm talking, right? So here totally my total focus will be on Python and the usage of the modules, how to use, how to work with those. So that it's not that 89,300 models, it's not that you need to have the idea about all the thousands of models, right? But you need to know how to work with it, how to use it. For that, you need to know that Python, like how to use it, how to import, different ways of importing, renaming it, reloading it, and if it is not available, right, how can we create our own models. So once you work with some of the more models, right, you can work with any other models, right? You can explore it, you can use the functionalities, its properties, right? So yes, some more.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. You told the reasons about like why Python has become super popular, right?
Yes.
So yeah, are those are not available in the earlier versions of it? That is the reason why it is not being popular at that time,
Not
30 years back.
yeah, yes, yes, Python versions are there, right? Version to versions, version to version, right? So many features were included, many models were introduced, but especially currently, right,
Yeah.
like for automations, we have got some automations, right? For automations like in data science and IoT, for writing scripts, right? And even especially with some advanced frameworks that you see in Python now, like Django framework, where everything taken care by the framework itself, and very at a rapid speed we are developing applications, right? So previously, okay, the older versions, but the latest versions, many advanced features we have got. Even in the coming days also, you will see more models getting introduced, more models, the models are going to increase furthermore, right? Okay.
Hi. This course, how much useful for automation scripts? I mean, automation testers.
So one thing, if you go for any interview for AWS or DevOps, right? Even the last round, you'll be asking queries on this Python, whether you know Python or not, right?
Yeah,
So
correct.
you are going to write some scripts using Python, right? You are
Yeah.
supposed to discuss, right? Not only that, even in this robotics, in automations everywhere, even was talking about data science or IoT, here also Python, especially for data science, right? Total Python is the prerequisite. For other things, Python means directly or indirectly you are going to touch Python. If you are going to a software field, you are going to touch Python, right? Means in the coming days, Python,
Yeah.
lot of applications are going to build, right?
Yeah, that is fine. Like my question is, so how much useful for this course content? So you are explaining the like developer wise. So it will be used same for scripting. I mean automation testers also. Or
So,
is there any differences?
so one thing, so I'll be discussing some models like OS models, some models like sys models, some scripts I'll be discussing as part of this course, right? some examples related to that, and you will be learning like how to use those models, how to explore that, how to work with those things. So in tomorrow's class also you can attend and you will check the importance of models, how we can explore it, how we can use it, the importance of models. So tomorrow, like it's not like people from different domains are getting updated with Python. Some people from big data background are updating with Python, some from testing background, from networking background, from automation background, right? They're getting updated. Like not like me discussing all their domain. Already you'll be having the domain related knowledge, right? But how to use the inbuilt module, inbuilt features present within a particular model. For example, for every domain, right, you have got a model available for testing, for networking. So from that model, how we can use that built-in properties, how we can explore it, how we can use that properties, how can we explore one by one built-in property present within particular model, that you will be learning, right? Models concept. So we'll be
Okay.
discussing, we'll be
Yeah.
discussing, means tomorrow you'll be able to explore any other module of any other domain, right? You can just explore and you can use it, right?
Thank you.
And also like how to write our own modules, user defined modules, right? Even
Hello. Can a non-IT guy like stand with those IT guys after learning this Python?
yes, yes, that's
Or
what I will. Yes, yes, one thing, tomorrow session you
Yeah.
attend, right? I'll just give some examples, right? You can check it, how simple this Python code looks, and how the coding and how the Python statements look like normal. Whether you have got programming knowledge or zero programming knowledge, right? The syntaxes of Python are little different. Everything we'll be discussing from the scratch, ground level, right? From the starting basics to the advanced level. So one thing, you are supposed, if you're from zero programming or non-programming, you need to spend some time, right, every day on exploring those concepts and interacting in the sessions and asking queries and doubts wherever you got. So you can have good command on this Python, right? Even non-programming or non-IT, right? Those also you can just attend the sessions regularly and just practice the things daily. It will be very easy, right? If you are practicing the things in a regular basis every day, it will be very easy and very simple, right? Understanding Python.
Yeah, and the percentage you told, right? Like in 2020, you're using like
Yes,
40.
yes.
That percentage is like worldwide or only in India?
No. It's totally the Python usage in that industry totally.
18. Okay, total 18
Yes,
industry.
yes. So
Okay.
even in the coming days, you will see more increase of Python, right? Okay, as I said, varieties of applications, wide varieties. So it's not conformed to a particular environment, right? It can all type of applications can be developed, except one, except so I can say like mobile applications. Python is very less used in mobile applications. So I'm not saying like Java is there, right? But I can say one thing, right? So Python, everything, it's not like something I'm boosting about Python, right? It's not like, but you have got some limitation with Python also, right? I'm not saying I'm not degrading Java, right? Java has got one advantage over Python. Java is faster than Python. Java is faster than Python, right? Python is little bit slow as compared with Java, right? Okay.
Sir,
That
what
is,
is the cost of this course, sir?
so as this is an offer batch, right? This is an offer batch. It is provided for a reasonable price. Like the cost of this is just it's 5K. It was 10K previously. It was just
Okay.
it was given for 5K, 5,000, right?
Sir, this course is useful in freelancer.
Yes. So what I'm
Hello?
saying is 80 to 100 hours, 80 to 100 hours we are spending, right? With multiple examples. With
Okay.
I'm saying with 300 plus code examples, right? You are going to get a great command on this entire Python, right?
Okay.
Sir, we are passed out in 2020. Whether as a fresher we have an opportunities or we need to go in a proxy way, how it will be.
No. 2020 and 20. Okay, can, but you will be having as compared with 21 and 22 passed outs, you'll be getting little less calls as a fresher. but you are also treated as a fresher only, but as compared to them, little calls will be little less as compared to them, right? But
Okay.
even whatever chance you get right in the interviews, you can just prove yourself, right? But wherever you see, even you can add some added weightage, even you can add some Python related things in your resume. So even if they ask, you should be able to answer. They'll see that command and they will check your depth in that Python, right? Fine.
Okay. Any
So
any resume building?
yeah, at the last I'll be forwarding you, right? I'll be just discussing resume preparations also, and I'll be forwarding some 5 to 10 resumes also for your and things. You can just change it accordingly.
Okay, sir.
I just need to ask. I want to go with deep learning. So what should I learn with Python?
So you have got knowledge in Python previously.
I'm fresher.
So like so Python is required actually. Total programming coding goes in Python, right? You're supposed
Mm-hmm.
to write, if you want to write a code, you need to write in Python. Implementation goes in
Yes.
Python, right? So
Mm-hmm.
how to work with models, how to use the models, and how to code, what is a function, what is a variable, what is a collection, Python collection, everything we'll be using in that code, right? So you
No, no.
should be,
Actually, I need to know that should I learn NLP or crawling with deep learning?
you're talking what kind of Python topics you want to update your topic.
Actually, I want to go with deep
Yes.
learning with Python. Okay.
Yes, so that is not going to be covered in this course, right? Deep learning,
No,
only
no.
like,
I just want to know what should I learn with to go on deep learning, this NLP or web crawling.
so deep learning, right? You can go for NLP. Both are required, right? Both are required.
Both are required for deep
Yes,
learning.
yes, yes.
Okay. With Python, right?
Yeah. So difference with, yes, Malesh, right? It's not part of our discussion, right? Machine learning, deep learning, those things.
Yeah, yeah. Just
Yes, yes.
I
Again,
need
people
to
are
know.
people. No, 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 not like I got a query from Malesh, right? What are that MML, DL? The other students will feel uncomfortable, right? What
No,
is
sir.
an MML?
These words, these technical jargons come, people say, deep learning, machine learning.
So
So we
yeah,
don't know
that's
the difference
it's
actually.
like data science. This all deals with data science course, right? That's a separate course like data science where we'll see with machine learning, deep learning, all artificial intelligence, right? So that's what machine learning also like we are training an applicational system to making it to predict in the automated fashion. Deep learning, it's a, like complex predictions. So for complex predictions, we go for deep learning, right? Uh,
Okay, sir.
okay, fine.
Which library is involved in machine learning, deep learning?
So we have got many
Important.
techniques. Many techniques are available. Many techniques are algorithms are available. Regression techniques, classification techniques, clustering techniques, recommendation techniques are there, right? Again, within the techniques, we have got many techniques: regression, logistic regression, linear, decision trees, random forest, clusterings like k-means, user-based UBCF. That all deals with data science, ML, and DL, right? It's not part of our course, right?
Okay, sir.
So okay. Fine. So you people can attend the session tomorrow also to see more on this Python tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Next for 2 or 3 days more, you can just check and you can see that how this training goes. So I think I have done with your queries. If there are no other queries, then I will sign off for today. Meet you tomorrow, same time at 8 o'clock. Tomorrow the timings 8 to 9, right? Today we have extended up to 9:40, but tomorrow 8 to 9 we'll start the session at 8 o'clock sharp. You can use the same link for joining the session. So thank you all for your time. Thank you. So I'm signing off for today. Meet you tomorrow, right? Fine. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening, all. So before I start, can anyone please confirm whether my voice is clear or not, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So in the last session, just I was briefing you about this data types, right? The data types.
आ रहा हूँ भैया आ रहा हूँ
Data types, please be in mute. Data types are of two types, right? Data types basically are of two types. Fundamental data types, yes. Collection data types. Fundamental data types, collection data types. Fundamental data types, object holding single value, right? Object holding single value. Example, object holding single value, example, right? X equal to 10. One object gets created, right? In this manner, one object gets created with value 10. It is going to have some address. One second. Yes. So here it is given, right? Yes, confirmation name. One second. Okay, here x equal to object holding single value, right? Fundamental data type. So object holding single value, x equal to 10, 103070, right? Yes. This address is given to x. So fundamental data types means object holding single value. So one object getting created internally and its address is given to x. Collection data types. Collection data type, object holding group of values. Object to holding group of values. The name itself saying collection of values, right? Collection of values. Object holding group of values. Object holding group of values, right? Example, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. 10, 20, 30, 40. So here an object getting created internally, an object getting created internally, right? With some values. Ten, 20, 30, 40, 50. 104080. The address is given to X. Okay, fine. Here object holding single value, object to holding single value. Here object holding group of values. Object to holding group of values, right? Group of values. Object holding single value, and here object holding group of values. Object holding single value and object holding group of values, right? Now here, what are the various fundamental data types? What are the various fundamental data types, right? Mainly like 5 types: integer, float, boolean, string, complex. So integer, float, boolean, string, complex. Integer nothing but x equal to 10. Otherwise, like age equal to 25. Float like height equal to 5.9, something in decimal, right? Boolean, which returns either true or false. String nothing but like a sequence collection of characters. City equal to Hyderabad, right? Yes. Complex means something in for x plus iy. In Python, we say instead of I, jy, right? So I'll discuss in brief about this fundamental types, right? But what is integer? Something in, okay. Float in float values, that's in decimal values, which returns either true or false. Which returns either true or false. String, city Hyderabad. Complex, fine. Various collection types. Okay, once list, tuple, set, and dictionary. Yes, 1 second. Okay. So what are the various collection types? I said list, tuple, sets, and dictionaries, right? So list in Python, a simple representation, right? List represented by using a squared bracket, tuple by using normal braces, set by using curly braces, right? Dictionary by using dictionary, right? Dictionary also curly braces, but it should have key and value format. So for example, list x equal to list of square bracket 10, 20, 30, 40, list of values. And if you want tuple, right, y equal to tuple is this bracket 10, 20, 30, 40, tuple of values. Set of values means curly braces. Z equal to curly braces 10, 20, 30, 40, curly braces, right? And dictionary, right? Name and Ajay, age 25, right? Okay, fine. In this way, right? So what are the various collections? List, tuple, set, and dictionary. So for each and every collection, you got one. Okay, it is represented with this braces. List for whenever you see this square bracket means it is list type. Normal bracket means tuple type. Set means curly bracket. Dictionary means this key and value representations, right? Yes. Fundamental data types, collection data types, right? Yes. So now we'll be discussing about this fundamental data types, right? In brief. Already yesterday I discussed about integer, 4 cases. Now float and boolean type, right? Now observe. So whenever we install Python, go and check here in this Python 3.10, right? Click this Python 3.10. Ideally, you can see right? The first one, what we see, IDLE. IDLE. File, new file for working with in batch mode, right? Yes. Float data type, right? Yes. X equal to 42.56. Now print x means it prints the float value as it is, right? Type of x will be, what is type of x? Print type of x. Type of x is what? Float type. Okay. Print x, type of x, print address of x, where exactly it is stored, right? The value it is going to print. Save it. So I created a separate folder for this batch, right? Python 8 p.m. right? Python 8 p.m. 1 second. Data type, print x, type of x, id of x. Run module. Print x means 45.56. Class float and this address, right? Okay. Fine. Next is the Boolean data type. Next, observe this Boolean data type. It takes either true or false. Means Boolean means Boolean 0 or 1. 1 indicates true, 0 indicates false. It takes either true or false. It takes either true or false, right? Yes. X equal to true. What you are trying to assign to x, true, right? So print x, it will print it true. Type of x means based on type of x will be right. Type of x will be Boolean type. Print x, type of x, idea of x. Boolean. A run module, right? So print x means Boolean type of x, Boolean address where exactly it is stored. Print x, it prints this type is a Boolean type, its address. Next, string data type. Lot of discussion on strings, right? String data type, string indexing, string slicing, string functions, string methods, string special characters, right? Yes. Strings. A string is a sequence collection of, it's a sequence collection of characters, right? Yes. In Python, a string is represented. In Python, a string is represented using single quote, this way, right? Single quote, double quote, triple quote. We use like single quote, double quote, and triple quote. Double quote in this way, triple quote. Generally, when to go for single quote, when to go for triple quote, right? So whenever single line string, you go for single quote or double quote. Multi-line string, you go for triple quote, right? Single quote, single line string, we go for single quote. Multi-line string, you go for triple quote, right? Yes.
One second, sir, please.
Okay. Each character string represented using single, double, and triple. So when to go for a multiple lines of string, right? If 3 lines, 4 lines, go for triple quote. If only single line, go for single or double. Each character of a string is accessed or identified, is accessed or identified is accessed or identified by a unique index, right? It is accessed or identified by a unique index. String supports two types of indexes. Each character of a string is accessed or identified by a unique index. String supports two types of indexes. First, forward index or forward index. Forward index or positive index, right? Forward index or positive index, right? Absolutely. Forward or positive index starts from left to right. Starts from left to right. Starts with 0. Starts with 0. Second is like backward index or negative index, right? Observe this backward index or negative index. Starts from right to left. Starts from right to left. Starts from right to left. Starts with -1. So here forward index or positive index starts from left to right, starts with 0. Backward index or negative index starts from right to left, starts with -1. Just observe this. If I'm taking a string like this, observe this diagram once to understand this. What is this forward and backward index? X equal to, I'm taking a string within double quotes, Python. So what is string? It's a sequence collection of characters. Sequence collection of characters. Okay. Here an object. So within that, okay. Fine. P Y T H O N, right? This is going to have some address. The address is given to X. So here forward index or positive index means starts from left to right. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Starts with 0, starts from left to right. This we call it as like forward index or positive index. Forward index or positive index, right? Okay. Backward index or negative index? -2, -3, -4, -6, right? This is what? Backward index or negative index. Backward index or negative index. Understanding, right? Yes. So forward index starts from left to right, backward index starts from right to left. Now try to answer what is the value of x of 2. X of 2 value is what? X of 2 value is what?
Yes, sir.
P, right? Yes. X of -3 value. X
H,
of
sir.
H.
H, right? H. X of -3 value is H, right? Yes. So in this way, if you want to access a particular character, right, you can go either for forward index or backward index, right? Forward and backward. This is what negative index starts from right to left. Forward index starts from left to right, right? Yes. Okay. Now you may ask a query. Already we have got forward index or positive. Why again negative index or backward index means? For example, if you have got a very big string of 70 or 80 characters, right? If you want to print the last character, then how to print the last character?
Index n-1.
No.
Index -1.
Think that I'm talking about if there is no a negative index, only positive index. Using positive index, how can you print the last one?
69. Index 69.
Python is a dynamic programming language. Print the last character. Python is a dynamic programming language. Print the last character. How will you print?
So sir, we'll count the length. According to that, we can print last character.
Okay, so instead of that, just to say x of -1, right? It returns the last character. So
Yes,
whenever
yes, sir.
last character, or if I x of -2 lost but one character, right? In this manner. So here save it, file, save. So either you can go with, so single line comment means start with hash. These are not executable, right? This is for our understanding. So here multi-line comments start with triple quote, end with triple quote, start with triple and end with triple quote, right? Yes. My voice is clear and audible to everyone, right? Can anyone please confirm?
Clear, sir.
Yes, yes.
Now see x equal to Python python. So what you are assigning to a string type, string, right? Yes. Okay. Print x is it prints the string. That's fine. Type of x will be str, string type. Print x means type of x means string type, str type, right? Now address of x means the address where exactly it is stored, that address will be printed. Len of x, len means number of characters within the string. How many?
6, sir.
6, right? X of 2 values what?
T, sir.
T.
Yes, t. X of minus 2 values what?
0, sir.
O we say, right?
Oh, is there?
Okay, right? Okay, that's fine. So now I am taking one more string. If you observe this, I am taking one more string here. Y equal to program or programming. Y equal to programming. Y equal to programming. Right? Print x plus y. Print x plus y. Right? What is that output? Nothing but we say this as concatenation. What is that? Concatenation. Y x plus y means concatenation. Concatenation means adding two strings. Adding two strings. X is one string, y is one string. Means string means sequence collection of characters. Adding two strings. How we add? First string followed by second string. Adding two strings. First string followed by second. Okay. Python plus programming. You will get the output as Python programming. Observe this. We get the output like Python programming, but I want space between Python and programming, right? Python and programming. Print x plus y, you get the output like Python. Sorry, already it's there, right? Okay, Python, but I want space between Python and programming. Add three strings. X is one string, one blank string, y is one string. Python space programming, adding three strings. X is one string, one blank string, and y is another string. Three strings, right? Now observe this output. Python programming, right? Python space programming.
Can we give a single quote also?
Yes, not a problem. Yes, single quote also can be provided. So here X is double quotes, here Y is a single quote, right? That's fine. For blank string also, you can provide single quote, not a problem. Single line, if a single line string, okay, it results the same output, right? Yes. File, new file. Okay, understood, right? This is what's string, the type, their length, yes.
So can we print first letter of word in uppercase?
Yes, I'm
Both.
coming. Yes, yes. I'm coming. We have got some string methods, right? We have got some string methods. Yes, we can do that. We have got some methods, upper, lower, like that, capitalize. We can I'll come to that right before after this string slicing. I'll discuss to that various methods of strings. At the end of the session, I'll be giving methods of string, right? String slicing, extracting particular portion of a string. Extracting, yes, keep your query with you. Just I will be discussing examples. At that time I'll be when I'm discussing string methods after this. Extracting particular portion of a string. Extracting particular portion of a string. For example, there is a string like this. Now I want responses from everyone. X equal to Python program. X equal to Python program, right? This is given. Print X means prints the entire string as it is. Extract, try to extract only Python from this. Print only Python from this. How can I print only Python from this? Try to answer.
Print X
Python.
Sub 0 to sir.
0 to
0 to 5. 0 to 5.
0 to 5.
0,
7 sir.
1, 0, 1, 2.
just say the
6
answer.
sir. 6 sir.
0, 1,
1, 2,
3, 4,
4,
5.
5. 0 to 5.
0 to 6 we need.
6 sir.
Observe carefully. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need to give 6. Actually, you are supposed to give up to 5 only, right? But here 0 we call it as lower bound. This we call it as upper bound. Always upper bound is excluded. Always upper bound is, I'm writing a comment here. Always upper bound is excluded. Means if I give 5 here, 5 gets excluded. You won't get n, right? That's why 6. Even if 6 is excluded, up to 5 you are going to get, right? Save it first before you execute. Run module, right? Not closed. Your
Yes.
here we need to close, right? Yes, one more closing bracket. Python, extracting only Python, right? For example, if I want to extract the middle portion of the string, PROG, only these 4 characters. If I want to extract the middle portion of the string, this only these 4 characters I want to extract, right? Print, try to say X of
7 to
7 to we go for 8, 9, 10.
7 to 11.
7 to 10.
12 sir.
0, 1, 2, 3, 4,
8.
5.
8.
6. 6 is
6.
20. Start with 7.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11 sir.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Plus 1.
11 we need to give, right? 11 excludes, right?
Yes.
Up to 10. So PROJ you will get, right? 7 to 11. See, then run module, you will get PROG, only these 4 characters, right? Yes. Now try to answer. 7 to 11 means PROG. But if I give like X of 11 to 7, what is the output?
11 to 7.
11 to 7.
X of 11 to 7 means 7 to 11 PROG. 11 to 7.
It will not print anything, guys. I think so.
Only G will be printed.
It will print empty string.
Yes, sir.
Empty string, because why it is going to print empty string? Because always slicing in the forward direction, not in the backward direction. If you go in the backward direction, it will return empty string. Always it should go in this way: Python program, PROGR program or Python. You should not go in the backward like this, right? It returns empty string.
Sir, I have one question.
Yes.
Suppose I'm giving counting as a minus. Suppose I'm giving minus 11 to minus 7. Then it will print or
One
not.
One second. I'm coming to your query. First, observe this output, right? Empty string you got, right? Empty string you got here. So now, yes, coming to your query. Now, can you say extract PROJ using negative index? Everyone try to answer. How can I extract PROG using a negative index? Positive index, you have said me. Print.
So it will be
-7 to
-4, sir. Minus
-7 -4.
-7 colon -4, sir.
-7 to
-4.
-7 you want here -1 -2 -3 -4 -5 -6 -7. Okay, -7 onwards. This is -7 you want, -6 you want, -5 you want, -4 you want, -3 we need to give, right? Yes. Understand this once again. Some of you just saying, right? This string slicing. String slicing means you want to extract particular portion. Yes, Naga Sindhu. 0 to, see here, I want to extract Python from here means start indexing. Indexing starts with 0, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 0 to 5 I need to give. But why I have given 6? Because this we called as lower bound, this we called as upper bound. Always upper bound is excluded. 6 will be excluded. Up to 5 only it will consider, means Python you will get. If I give 5 here, 5 will be excluded. You will get n will be missing. Understood? Yes, Naga Sindhu.
Yes, sir. Now it's clear, sir.
Now extract PROG means this 4 characters you extract from this. Means 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This blank also takes one. Start with 7. 7 you want, 8 you want, 9 you want, 10 you want. So if I give 10, G will be excluded. Give 11. 11 excludes. Up to PROJ you will get, right? Yes. Now if I give 11 to 7 means 11 to 7 means you are going in backward way. Backward way means you will get empty string only, right? That's fine. Now extract PROG using negative index. Negative index means -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6, -7. Start with -7 you want, -6 you want, -5 you want, -4 you want. If I give -4, G will be excluded. So -3 you give. -3 excludes means -7 to -4. Now have you understood, everyone? Slicing either in positive or negative, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now try to answer x7. Just observe this output. -7 to -3 means you got PROG, right? Yes, that's fine. Now extract the entire word. Extract the entire word program. Sorry, extract the entire word program, right? Program. Yes. Everyone try to answer. You are supposed to answer, right? Everyone in the chart panel or through voice. Yes. Program. Print. Yes. Print x using positive index. You say me first. X of using positive index.
Sir, 6 colon space, then we will close the brackets.
6 is wrong.
6 colon. No, sir. We will go for 6 colon
14.
6 is wrong. I'm
Sir, 5,
7.
5, 5.
5 is wrong. 6 is wrong.
8, 9,
Okay, 7,
7.
7,
7 will be
2, 12.
8, sir.
7
8.
to
7 is to 14, sir.
9, 10.
sir, only 7.
7 to 12.
No,
Sir,
7
8 to
colon
15.
14.
8 to
7
15.
colon
Only 7.
Only 7 colon.
Observe here.
Only 7.
Clearly, we see PROG means starting P means 7, right?
Yes.
0, 1, 2, 3,
7.
4, 5, 6, 7, right?
7.
7 to
7 for P.
7 and colon.
7 you want, 8 you want, 9 you want,
9,
10,
10,
11,
11,
12,
12,
13.
13.
13 means if I give 7 to
14.
7 to
14.
if I give 13 here, 13 will be excluded means M you won't get.
And will not print.
Shall I give 14 here? 14 index is not available. Can I
Yes, sir.
give 14?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Because I'm not, it won't be 14 won't be accessed up to 13 only it will consider it. So up to program PROGRAM, you will get that program right upset. X of another way 7 to 14 you can get, otherwise it's 7 to yes
7 to colon.
7 to yes, don't give the upper bound, right? That this also works. These two results the same output, right? It starts with 7 to, if you're not ignoring the upper bound, right? Yeah. Upper this. I'm getting some sound from someone. Please be in mute. Rukshar Mustabi, right?
Yes, sir.
Rukshar Mustabi. I'm getting some background noise. Is there any TV going on?
Sorry.
Okay, fine. So if you got any background noise, right, just you can view your response through short panel, right? Fine. Otherwise, you can just decrease your volume, right? See, 7 to 14 means program, entire program. Okay, fine. Okay, here 7 to upper bound is excluded means it will start with 7. If you are not giving the upper bound, it will read up to the end of the string. It will read up to the end of the string, right? Yes. 7 to end of the string. Both results the same output, right? Yes. Run module, right? Program, right? It's program and program. See here, one more query was asked. Why 7 minus 7 to minus 3 for PROG means? Observe carefully how this indexing is made. Minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, minus
5, minus 6,
minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. P means minus 7, right? So from here onwards, if minus, you should go in the forward direction. Using negative index also should go in forward direction. Minus 7 you want, minus 6 you want, minus 5 you want, minus 4 you want, minus 4 you want. If I give minus 4, G gets excluded. So minus 3 you give. Minus 3 will be excluded. Up to minus 4 it will consider. PROG, right? Understood? Yes. Naga Sindhu. Understood, right?
Yes, one more question, sir.
Pardon?
I have one question.
Yes.
Suppose I'm taking 100 words of the string and I have to extract, I have to slash some particular word, then how will I extract the word?
So if you've got 100 lines or if you've got some 20 lines paragraph or some 100 lines paragraph, right?
Yes,
From
yes.
that, if you want, for example, you have got some a big some 20 lines string is available, multi-line string. In that you want to see whether you want to check for a particular word or particular thing. In Python, we have got the concept of regular expressions.
Okay.
Regular expressions, using regular expressions, particular. I want only the year, date of year. Regex, we have got a model called regex, regular expression, RE model. If you want only that year, date of the year, or only the date you want, month you want, or name you want, I want to print only the employee salary, so I want to print. If 100 employees are there, I want to print only their salaries, I want to print only their names. So in that case, you will go for regular expression, extracting the required data from the given data use. But for a single line, for small strings, you can go for slicing, right?
Okay. Thank you.
So here, this is fine, right? Everyone got it. 7-2 means you are ignoring this upper bound. If you are ignoring this upper bound, yes. Okay. It will read from 7 to end of the string, right? Yes. Next, for example, using extract a program using negative index, right? Extract a program using negative index. Yes. Program using negative index. Print. What happened? No sound.
-7.
Except -7 colon
-7 to
-7 colon -14.
7 colon
-14.
0.
0.
0 means this P. 0 means this P.
-14.
Only
-4.
-7.
So if we'll leave like no, it will print the entire program.
Yes, exactly. So this -7 to remove, don't ignore this upper bound. Don't give the upper bound, means from -7 to remaining everything, it is going to read. Is that compulsory to give space here? Or if I won't give space, it won't work?
No, sir, not compulsory, sir.
Yes, sir. No need to give space. Directly we can say x of -7 to, if not, both results the same output. All these 4 statements results the same output. Program. Right? Any query in this, anyone?
No.
So x of capital X. So Python is case sensitive. Lower case and upper cases are taken differently. Here capital X is given, here small x. Actually your string name is x, small x. That's why error, right? Python is case sensitive. Upper cases, lower cases will be taken differently. So this is the output. Printing program, right? Yes.
Sir, if we are adding the -7 to -1 also, the output will be coming or not?
-7 to -1 means this m will be excluded, right?
Yes,
-1 means m. You will get m will be missing. This you will be getting, right?
Yes.
Sir,
yes.
If I want to print program followed by Python, then how can we do that?
You want to print program?
Yeah, program followed by Python.
First you want to print program, next you want to print Python, right?
Yes, sir.
Both, okay. Can anyone say what is that? First to print program, next to print Python, right? Try to say first to print program, everyone.
Print.
Print program means this, any of this line, any of this fine, any of this is fine, right? So what I will do? Print x of first one only I will take 7 to 14. 7 to 14 I have taken, right? Yes. Plus what you want?
0 Python.
Python you want. Python is here you have written
0 to 6.
0 to 6, right? That's add this x of 0 to 6, right? X of 0 to 6. Now you will get program in Python. First program, next Python. Program Python. If you want space, right? If you want space, what you will do? Between program and Python, add one more string between them. Add one more blank string between them, space. 3 strings. This one string, one blank string, and this one. Program Python, right? Yes. Run module. Python program, yes. Yes, yeah. Satyavini, yes. I'm just going, I'll come to your query, right? Yes.
3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 7.
Yeah, any query? Yes, you are counting something. Fine. Yes. Next, for example, here upper bound I didn't provide, so it will lead up to the end of the string. What if I want to give this lower bound? Will I get error here in this case?
No, sir.
Full string will be print.
It will read from the start of the string to 6th index. 6th index excluded, up to 5th index it will read. Start of that string to, if you are ignoring this upper bound, lower bound, it will read from the start of the string to 6 excluded up to 5 it will read, right? Yes, understood. What is the output you get?
Python.
Python.
Python, right? Yes. Okay, fine. Next, what if I ignore both lower and upper? Just now someone was asking this, right? What if I ignore both lower and upper?
Full program.
Full string will
Print
be
the whole
Whole
string.
string.
It will print entire string.
Whole program will be out
program.
coming, sir.
Entire string gets printed, right? Python program, entire string gets printed, Python program, right? Yes. It's similar to printx, similar to printx. Similar to print x of 0 to remaining, right? All these 3 statements results the same output. All these 3 statements results the same output, right? Yes. Meaning of excluded means not included. So 7 to 14 means 14 excluded means 14 is not considered, up to 13 only it will take. 0 to 6 means 6 excluded means 6 is not considered. Up to 5 only it will consider. Right? 7 to 11 means 11 excluded means excluding 11, remaining all 7 to 10. Minus 3 excluded means minus 3 is not included. Minus 7 to minus 4, right? This way. Excluded means remaining. Now, can I take the combination of negative and positive? Is it valid if I take like this? Minus 7 to minus 7, where it is. Can I take the combination of negative and positive index? Is it valid?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Minus 7 means what? No. Minus 7 means what? P, right?
Minus 7
Yes.
means
14 means
X.
what? 14 means this is not up to 13. That is 13, right? So will you get the output or error?
Error.
Yes, sir. It
We will get an
the
error.
output, sir.
You will get program?
You will get programs.
Program, right? Yes. Valid, right? You're going in the forward direction only, right? Minus 7 means P, 14 means X. Program, you will get the output is program. Yes, it's valid. Minus 7 to 14. So now
Sir, but counting will be different.
What is it?
Counting will be different, right, sir? Like negative and positive.
Past, see, minus 7 means which one? P.
P.
14 means what? Here.
Sir.
The index not available. 14 excluded. 13 up to 13. Minus 7 to 13. It will work. It will
But
work.
positive values will count from forward to backward, and
Yes,
negative
here,
values will be.
yes, sir. Here we are going a negative minus 7. You are going in this way only, right? Minus 7 means this one. 14 means this one. You are going in the backward. So this upper bound is in the upper bound. 14 means what? Where it is 14 means this one. 14 is up to 13. Minus 7 means this one. Minus 7 to 14 you are saying. You are going in forward or backward. Backward means empty you will get. Forward means you will get the output. Okay. Say me the output for minus 7 to 11 then. What is the output you get? Minus 7 to 11.
PROG, sir.
Same.
PROG.
Yes.
Yeah,
Minus 7 means P. 11 means what? R.
R.
R excluded.
Excluded.
PROG is the output. PROG is the output, right? Yes. Now,
So, sir, I'm having one question.
yes.
So basically, when we yesterday we discussed about integer. At that time, when we define a integer like x is equal to 10, at that time one object will be created and the address will be assigned to it, and 10 will be stored at that address, right?
Yes,
And
yes.
x will be carrying that address.
Yes, yes.
So that is one character for one character, but when it is string, then how Python will be identifying different characters within that like one string?
This representation. X of 0 means P. X of 1 means Y. X of 2 means T. Index.
Yeah, no, that is clear.
Yes, understood, right? If you go deep into that, right? For example,
Okay, yeah.
X equal to Python, you are saying X equal to Python means, okay, internally a string
2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is X of 0. This is X of 1, X of 2, X of 3, X of 4, X of 1. This will be discussing in the list concept. Okay, 1 second.
Okay.
This is 10
Sure, sir.
70. This address is given in this. And X of 0 means what it stores. X of 0 stores what? P.
Yeah.
X of 0 storing P means here one object with value P, it is going to have some address, right? That address is given to this. Internally it happens. X of 0 value is what? P. And P also it's going to have its address. Here Y is there, right? Next Py. For Y also one object internally it creates. That address is given to X of 1. Print X of 1 means it will print Y. Print X of 0 means P, it will print. This also.
Okay. Yeah.
Internally, every character is going to have its own address. String is a collection of characters. Each character will have its address. Right? If you say print X of 0, printing the content. What is that? Print address of X of 0 means this one. 1030. Address of X means this address. Address of X of 0 means this address.
Sir, I have one question, sir.
Yes.
If we are giving space, right? Space also contains that address.
Yeah, space also will be having. Space is also treated as one character.
Sir,
Yeah.
always index given the lower bound and upper bound. Okay.
Yes.
How I can identify that? If I give the -7 and 2, 2 is a upper bound and -7 is a lower bound. Then what happen? How I can know that 2 is present at the left side of -7 or right side of
It's a
-7?
0, 0, 1, 2. 2 means this one, T. -7 means this one.
If I having small string
-7 to 2 won't work.
Won't work.
Because -7 means P. 2 means T. You are going in backward. Minus 7 means P, 2 means T, P to T, right? P to T, you are going in the backward. Empty string itself. Understood? Means while slicing, how you should always slice in the forward, Python or program or PROG. Minus 7 means P, okay. 2 means what? T. From here to here. This is upper, this is lower, this is upper. Yes. Understood, right? Everyone understood this slicing, right? Indexing and slicing. Any other query? Yes. Next, you have asked one more query. Someone was asked one more query, right? Just I'll take 5 more minutes. So observe this. Minus 7 is the higher value, minus 12 is the higher value.
Minus
Minus 7.
7. Minus 7.
Minus 7 is the
Higher
higher
value,
value.
sir.
Higher to lower, you are saying. Higher to lower, you cannot. Lower to high. See here, lower to higher, you can go. 0 to 6, 0 to 3, 0 to 5, 1 to 5. Minus 7 to minus 12 means you are going in backward direction. Empty you will get. Always lower to upper value. Lower value to upper value should go. There always we have given lower value to upper values only, right? In all these cases, lower to upper, 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 lower to upper only. Here also lower to upper only, lower to upper only. Upper to lower you cannot go. Upper to lower if you go empty string. In your query also you are saying, right, minus 7 is the upper high value, minus 12 is the low value.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
If we have a string only up to the P,
If you got a string up to
P only, then minus 1 gives to the P, and up to that minus 7 is goes to the Y. At that time, we can give as a minus 7 colon 2.
minus 7 colon 2 for which one? Python you are talking?
For Python up to P only string.
Here up to here you are talking?
Up to P only.
Okay. In that case, minus 7 means minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, minus 5, minus 6, minus 7. This one minus.
Minus 7 to 2.
Yes, yes. Okay. So understood the query, everyone? 1 second. I'll just copy paste in a separate file. Okay. File, new file. Understood the query, everyone? So here, if this is the string, right, then can I say print x of minus 7 to 2? Because here forward direction only it is going, you are saying, right? The indexing, the slicing happening in the forward. Minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, minus 5, minus 6, minus 7 means y you will get minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, minus 5, minus 6, minus 7. So remove this p, remove this p and let the space be, right? You mean to say minus 1 is the space, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, minus 5, minus 6, minus 7. Minus 7 means okay. This p. 2 means 0, 1, 2. 2
Only PY, sir, will print.
Py. Py. You will get py. That's not a problem. Because here you are going in forward or backward. Forward means it will give up. If it is backward, it will give empty string. So you need to see whether you are forward, it is backward, it is. So here one thing, if you are giving lower and lower to upper only, right? This lower value up, always upper bound should be the higher value. Always upper bound. In the previous example, you are given this query, right? Yes. And
yes, sir. I say that every time we must be to know the
So here
whole string is this one.
this was your query, right? So here
For Python,
always upper bound should be higher value. This is lower value, right? Minus 12 is less than minus 7.
but in case of Python program, we can't use this indexing -7 and 2. Then it means that the every time we must know that this is the indexing of our particular character. Then only can we give the slicing of this.
So one thing, when you are performing slicing, right, this upper bound should be the higher value as compared with this lower bound. Then you are going in the forward direction. If this is this, if upper bound is lower than this upper, this is 7 is there, right? It is less than this, so it gives empty string. Always, if you see in all these examples,
So, sir,
lower to upper, 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 lower
Sir,
to upper.
but
In your example also, lower to upper.
But
This
in
lower,
case of if we have the next string as a Python program, I give the -7 and 2. It also the lower to upper, but it
okay,
not work.
minus 7 to 2, right? Yes.
2. But my string is Python program, the previous.
Minus 7 to 2, what it is giving?
Yeah, PY.
No, my string is
depends.
It's Python, right?
Python program.
Python program.
Python
program.
Is it
Yes.
valid or not?
One second.
Now.
So here -7 means this. 2 means what? This. You are going in the backward. You are going in the backward. So it should give empty string as per that, right? It should provide empty string. It is giving empty string. So it's valid only. It won't give any error, but it will give empty string. It's valid only, but it won't provide any string because empty string because you are slicing. Okay, so just while slicing you check it whether you are going in the backward direction or forward direction. If you're going in backward, empty string will be printed. It won't give any error. If you're going in forward, it prints that string, right? Yes. In negative index also, that excluding is there. We can exclude, right? We can exclude here where we have got here -3 excluded up to -7, -6, -5, -4. PROG means what? This -7, -6, -5, -4. -3 is excluded. Yes, excluding will be there. You can try. You can take your own string and you can perform these things, right, everyone, for your better understanding, sir. Understood, right, everyone? So next we have got a lot more discussion in string, right? We have got more discussion on string, like we have got string methods are available, string functions are available, string slicing is available, right? Okay, so we have got many methods like upper, lower, capitalize, title, split, slice, format, like starts with, ends with, partition, format. So in this way, many methods are available. One by one method of string I'll be discussing, right? No need to write is, find. So many other methods, right? Okay. Thambi is, what is this? What is this? This means lower bound is not provided. Yes, one query was asked this about this. Lower bound is not provided. Upper bound is 6 means 6 excluded up to 5 only it will consider. Means if you are not giving this lower bound, it will read from the start of the string to 5th index. 6 excluded, right? Yes. Yes. Fine. 0 to 5. So what is this? If you're not giving this lower bound means by default it will read from the start of the string to 6.
PYTH only.
Fine, right? Yes. Understood, right? Fine. So the next class will be on Monday, right? Tomorrow Sunday there is no class. The next class will be on Monday. Fine. So I'm stopping here for today. Meet you on Monday and same time. Fine.
Yes, sir. Sir, can you please share these notes and
Yes.
yesterday's notes
Yes.
also?
Yes. Yes.
Yes,
Notes.
sir. We don't get last two session notes.
Okay. So meanwhile, okay, you are getting the video, right?
No, sir. We are
Video.
not getting the last two videos.
Last two videos you
Sir,
didn't get? No, nobody has got.
sir, I am
No,
getting
sir.
the video, but I didn't get the notes,
First
sir.
two video,
No, I
first two
didn't
video
get
I
the
got,
video.
but last two videos I don't have.
1 second. So everyone, okay.
I am getting the video, sir, but I didn't get the notes, sir.
Okay. Once again, today it will be videos will be forwarded all. This notes I'll be forwarding, right? This notes I'll be forward, not a problem. This is for your.
Last two videos, sir.
Okay, 1 second. See, when you got the drive link, that drive, the same drive link will be forwarded to all.
Okay, sir.
So I think the all videos once
Who
again.
will share the drafting?
So we are having 4 sections videos in that drive, and no notes are provided till now.
So you got 4 videos. Once again, everyone you can check. They have said they have got 4 videos.
Sir, I got 4 videos in mail, sir.
Only two videos I got, sir.
Yes, sir. We got
Notes
4
are
videos plus
First
notes.
two
those.
videos I got, and then after I don't have any mail from.
You can see in the Google Drive. Check
Yes,
your
sir.
Google
I
Drive.
see on. Sir, I checked it, but don't have last two videos. First two video I have, but not last two video.
Okay, once again, the videos will be forwarded, not a problem, right? I've given
Okay.
that contact details, right? Last day. If you have not got the video, you are supposed to call that number. I'm not going to provide the videos, right? I'm not going to forward the videos. So you are
Okay.
supposed already the contact details clearly I've mentioned in the last class, right? That is, I said you to save that numbers. If you didn't get any number, if nobody has got means I'll be saying, right? I'll say I'll intimate them. But some of you are getting, some of you didn't get means those who didn't get need to call them, and you are supposed to just say, okay, you can just update your numbers, right?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Also, you
Sir,
can see that in the chart panel, right? They have provided that. Okay, 1 second. Already you have got that numbers, right? Everyone about the online team, the Durga Soft online team. Once again, I'll say them to upload, right? If you have anyone, if you have not got, already you have got the numbers of them, right? Yes.
Sir, we are
Online team.
actually trying to call those numbers, sir, but they are not picking the calls of mine.
Sometimes they are not picking the calls.
I think they'll be busy with the calls. Okay, you can wait again. You can recall. Okay, so I'll send them, right. I'll just say them to again re-forward those videos. Not a problem, right? So fine. So once a group will be WhatsApp group will be created directly, you can have interaction with me, right? Once everyone are got enrolled, right? So mostly in the next everyone try to get enrolled mostly like next 1 or 2 days, the next session, right? The total link also will be changing. A new link will be forwarded for only those who got enrolled. Notes you'll be getting the notes for only those who got enrolled, right? The students who got enrolled, those people only will be getting the notes, right? And that next day, that Monday will be the last day, right? For the sessions, free sessions, right? So from Tuesday, only those who have got registered or who got enrolled, they'll be getting the notes and the video link. There won't be any problem. And also a WhatsApp group will be created for those people, right? Directly, if it doesn't have any video, you can directly post in the group if you're not got the video, right? And that online team also will be there in that. Fine.
Please share the notes.
Okay, fine. These notes will be forwarded, right? Not a problem. Up to here.
Yesterday's notes also.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm stopping here.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good evening all. So before I start, can anyone please confirm whether my voice is clear, whether my screen is visible or not, right? Yes.
Yes, sir, your voice is
Yes,
clear.
you are audible. Voice is clear.
I'm going to discuss right basics to this Python, defining variables. So I'm going to discuss 4 cases here, right? Case 1. Whenever I'm defining a variable like this, x equal to 10, right? X equal to 10. No need to define data types here in Python. No need to define data types, right? Yes. X equal to 10. X equal to 10 means, right? Internally, one object gets created. Internally, an object with value 10 gets created. It is going to have some address. The address is given to X, right? The address is given to X. So internally, whenever I say x equal to 10, right, one object getting created. When object with value 10, the object is going to have some address. The address is given to X. Here, generally, what X is storing here? What X is storing? Don't say like X is storing 10. X stores the address. X stores the address, right? Yes. Okay, fine. So whenever you say like yeah, 3 things you need to understand, right? When you need 3 things you need to understand. Whenever I say print x prints the content at that address. Prints the content at that address, right? What is the content at that address? Whenever you say print x, it goes to that address and prints the content. What is that? 10. Next, print id of x. Print x means prints the content at that is 10. Next, id of x means prints the address. Prints the address of x. One zero three zero seven zero, right? 103070. Type of x. Type of x means prints the data type of x. Data type of x, right? What is the data type of x means what value you assign to it? Integer type. So the data type is going to be integer type. Okay. So 3 things you need to observe here. Print x prints the content at that address. 10. id of x means prints the address. Prints the address of x, right? What is the address? This thing. Type of x. Type of x means the data type. These 3 things you need to understand, right? Print x, id of x, and type of x. Printing the content, printing the address, and printing the type. Fine. Observe this case 2, right? Next, observe this case 2. X equal to 10, y equal to 20. Now try to answer everyone. So you can just answer. Okay, how many objects are going to get created here?
Two objects.
So how many objects are going to get created? Okay. 2 objects are going to get created, right? 2 objects. First object, right? Okay. 2 objects are going to get created. For 10, one object gets created, right? With some address that is given to x. And for y equal to 20, one more object 20 gets created with some address, right? That address is given to y. X and y, right? X equal to 10, y equal to 20. Okay, fine. Try to answer. No, print x means what is that? It prints, goes to the print x means 10, right? So id of x means what is the address of x? 03070. Type of x, what is the data type of x?
Integer types.
Type of x will be, okay, integer type, right? Okay. Similarly, print y, if I say print y, right? Print y means it printing 20. Address of y, if I want to print the address of y, right? Address of y 104080, right? Print the data type of y. Print the type of y is type of y into type. Print x, address of x, type of x. Print y, address of y and type of y, right here. So here two different variables with two different values, right? Then two different objects gets created with two different addresses, right? Two different variables with two different values, then two different objects gets created with two different addresses, right? Yes. Understood, right? Yes.
So that address is basically where the value 10 is stored, right?
Yes, exactly.
So that is in hard disk or in RAM?
Hard disk.
Okay.
Okay. X equal to 10, y equal to 20, right? You are just storing those, right? So where exactly they are stored, that address will be written, right? Yes. Now observe this case 3, right? When we make x equal to y, right? X, you are assigning the y address to x, means so the same address, the same content, right? X and y going to have the same content and the address. If x equal to y, they'll say like x address and y, you are assigning y address to x. The contents going to be the same, address also going to be the same, right? Now observe this case 3, right? X value is 10. Now everyone try to answer. You can just give your responses through voice or through chat panel, right? X is 10, Y is 10. How many objects getting created here? How many? Everyone try to answer. How many?
Two objects. Two.
One object.
One, sir. Two
One
objects.
object.
One
One.
object.
So only one object going to get created here. Observe carefully. Here only one object. Only one object. An object with value 10 is going to get created, right? An object with value 10 is going to get created. It is going to have some address. The address is given to x. So before creating object for y, right? First it checks any object with value 10 is available or not. Any object with value 10 is available or not, right? Yes. If available, the same address will be given to y, right? Before creating object for y, first it checks any object with value 10 is already available. If available, the same address will be given. Assume that x is 10, y is 10, if z also 10, assume that there is one more variable z. Don't think right, three different objects with value 10 is going to get created. Only one object. Before creating object for z, first it checks any object with value 10 already available. If already available, then this address will be given to z, right? Yes. Okay. X is 10, Y is 10, Z is 10, right? Okay. So here only one object, its address is given to X, Y, and Z. Means all the three variables X, Y, and Z, they are sharing the same content and the address. They share the same address and the content. So now try to answer what is value of print X?
10, sir.
10. Print Y?
10.
10. Print Z?
10.
10. Yes. So X value is 10, Y is 10, Z is 10, right? Yeah. Address of X?
103070.
Address of Y?
Same. 10.
Common
Yeah,
address, sir.
so common address, right? Address of Z also the same. So all the three variables sharing the same content and the address, right? Yes. Upset. Type also same. Type all the three. Type of X, type of Y, type of Z. Integer type only. Now observe here. Case in the case 4, right? X is 10 and X is 20. How many objects getting created here? Internally, how many object gets created?
2.
2.
2 objects.
Yeah, 2 objects, right? For 10, one object with some address, right? And that address is given. One zero three zero seven zero, some address. The address is given to X. Yes. X equal to 20. For this also one object gets created and it's with some address, right? The address is given to X. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Now if I say like print X, right? If I say like print X, what is the X value it is going to print? 10 or 20 or both? What
Which
is
is
the
lastly right value.
Latest
Right
one.
value.
yeah, the latest value it is going to print, right? X value was 10 previously, next X value is 20. Print X means it prints the latest value. X value is 20. Address of X, address of X,
10408.
408.
104080, right? Yes. Type of X will be integer type.
Integer.
What value you have assigned? Integer value. So type is integer type, right? So
Mhm.
here I got a query, right? Okay. So print X means 20. Address of X is this. Type of X is what? Integer type. Okay. Now, what happens to the previous object? What happens to the previous object? Whether is
It is
it
overridden by 20, sir.
so? Yes. Um, whether can I print the value 10 of the previous object? Is it available? Not available? Or whether it
Not available, sir. It is
Not
updated,
available.
sir.
so to know exactly what happened, it won't overwrites. There is no overwriting happening right here. No overwriting, I'm saying. What happens to know what exactly happening to this object, the previous object? So you need to know a concept called garbage collector. So it is too early to discuss that concept, but just I will give overview on that to know what happens to the previous object, right? Later, as part of our concepts, I'll be discussing in brief with multiple examples. But now to know what happened to the previous object, right? What happened to the previous object? Say, just I'll go back to the case 3 and I'll just explain that what happens. So what do you mean by a garbage collector, right? Garbage collector, right? Okay. Garbage collector removes, observe carefully, removes unused, or unreferred objects. Please be in mute. Removes unused or unreferred objects from the memory. Removes unused or unreferred objects from the memory. Garbage collector means what? Removes unused or unreferred objects. Unused objects from the memory. What do you mean by unused or unreferred objects? Which objects you will call them as unused or unreferred? See, one thing in Python, everything are objects. For defining an integer value or float value, anything, any value for object getting created internally. Removes unused or unreferred objects. What do you mean by unused or unreferred objects? Objects whose reference count, objects whose reference count becomes 0. Object whose reference count becomes 0. Then those objects whose reference count becomes 0, then those objects are immediately removed from the garbage, immediately removed from the memory. Objects whose reference count becomes 0, then those objects are immediately removed from the memory automatically by garbage collector. Understand this? What do you mean by unused or objects whose reference count becomes 0, right? Those objects are immediately removed from the memory by the garbage collector. Those are immediately removed from the memory by the garbage collector, right?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
So what does it mean by reference count?
I'm coming to that, right? So here, what do you mean by reference count become? What is reference count? What is reference count and reference count becoming 0, right? Observe this, reference count. Reference count is nothing but if you have got an object, right? How many objects are pointing to that object? How many variables are pointing? Here for this example, X is pointing to this object, Y is pointing, Z is pointing. So what is the reference count for this? Yes.
3.
Reference count for this object is 3. So here reference count, if I want to define, right? Number of variables pointing to an object, number of variables pointing to an object. That is one. R, number of variables storing address of a object. X is storing the address of this object, Y is also storing that, Z also. How many variables are storing the address of this object? How many variables are storing the address of this object?
3 variables.
Three variables are storing. How many variables pointing to this object? 3, right? Now have you understood what is reference count? Here the object reference count is 3. But whenever any object reference count becomes 0, right? Then that object gets removed. Now observe carefully. Here, understood, right? What is garbage collector? Removes unused or unreferred objects. What do you mean by unused or unreferred? Means whose reference count is 0, we call as unused or unreferred. Those object gets removed. But here reference count means number of variables pointing to an object, number of variables storing address of an object, right? Okay. So here if you observe, x is 10, y is 10, z is 10. All the three variables pointing to the same. Now, fine. Slowly, for example, slowly observe here. Y value I'm modifying to, y value is modified to, yes. I'm modifying the y value to 20. What happens in this case? X is 10, y is 10, z is 10. If I'm modifying the y value to 20, right? A
New object will
new,
be created.
new object
Created.
gets created with some new address, right? Yes.
Yeah.
104080. Now this address is taken by this y. Now y is pointing to the new object. Y is not pointing to this. Y is not pointing to this, right? Y is pointing to the new object. Reference count becomes what? 2.
2.
Why? Because only x and z only are pointing to this 10. Y is pointing to 20, right? Now slowly I will modify the z value to 30. What happens? One more object, one more object with 30 gets created with some address. That address is given to z. Now z is not pointing to this 10 now. Z is pointing to the new object now.
Reference count 1.
Reference count becomes 1, right?
Mhm.
Now only x is pointing to this object at 10. Previously 3 were pointing. Now only one variable is pointing. Now y and z are pointing to the new objects. Slowly I am modifying the x value also to 50, right? One object with 50 gets created with some address, right? That address is given to x, means x is also pointing to the new object. Now x is not pointing to this, right? X is not pointing to this object. What is the reference count?
0.
Reference count 0 means none of the variables are pointing to this object. None of the variables are
Pointing to.
Yes, none of the variables are pointing to this object, means it is unused or unreferred. None of the variables are referring it. Unreferred object or unused object, right? So reference count is 0. So whenever any object reference count becomes 0, right? Immediately garbage collector removes that object from the memory, right? Automatically. Understood now what is reference count? When object reference count becomes 0, when garbage collector removes an object from the memory. Is it clear to all, everyone?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
What
Excuse
is
me,
the
sir.
Yes.
Sir, if I create again x is equal to 10,
Mm-hmm.
then it will be the same address.
Now after removing, right?
Yeah.
Again, if you are creating x equal to 10, it may take the same address or different address.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean, but okay, x equal to 10, right? If x equal to 10 is pointing to this, if they think that x is pointing to the 10, but later again, if you are changing that y value to 10, means already x is pointing to this, y also pointing, at that case, same address. Understand this? 1 second, I'll make it clear. X value 10, right? One object created with value 10 with some address. Y is also 10 means the same address.
Same address.
Same address. X and Y have got the same address and same value. But you have modified Y to 20. Means one new object got created with some new address. That address is given to Y. Now Y is not pointing to this. X is pointing to this. Y is pointing to the different one. But later again, I am modifying this Y value to 10. Do you think a new object gets created here?
No,
No,
previous.
sir.
The same address will be given to this 10. Before creating object, first it checks any object with the value 10 is already available. If available, the address will be. If not available, it will create, right? So here in this example, reference count means number of variables pointing to an object. Previously, 3 variables were pointing. Slowly, the 3 variables pointing to 3 different new objects, right? Now the reference count became 0. When reference count became 0, then the garbage collector removes that object from the memory. So understood what is garbage collector and what is unused or unreferred objects? What is
Yes.
reference count, right?
Yes.
Now, based on this observation, based on the discussion, right, we'll go to the case 4, right? I was asking you a query, right, in case 4. When x is 10, when x is 20, always it prints the latest value, right? What happens to the previous object, whether it is available, not available? So to understand that, for a while, just for a while, forget about x equal to 20. Think that only x equal to 10 only available. What is the reference count of this 10 object 10?
One.
Only one. Only one. Only that x variable. Only the x variable is pointing to it, right? Only x is pointing to it, right? Fine. Reference count is what? 1. Only one. Right? So slowly what I did, x value I modified to 20. Now x is pointing to the new object to 20. X is not pointing to this. X is not pointing to this. What happens to the reference count?
0.
0, sir.
Reference count becomes 0. Whenever reference count becomes 0, whenever reference count becomes 0, right? Immediately garbage collector removes this object. Now what is your answer? What happens to the previous object?
Destroy.
It is get
Removed by
Removed from the
garbage
memory.
collector, sir.
It's removed from the, it is removed from the memory by the garbage collector. It's not available. You cannot print the value, right? Fine. Now understood this case 4, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now I'll show you all these 4 cases practically now, what we have discussed, right? All these 4 cases. Once again, observe this case 1 means only one variable. It has got one object getting created, stored in some physical memory location address. That address is given to x. Print x means 10. Address of x means 10307. Type is integer type. Case 2. Exist 2 different variables with 2 different values. Then 2 different objects with 2 different addresses, right? Yes. Fine. Print x 10, print y 20. Address of x this, address of y. Observe this case 3, right? X is 10, y is 10, z is 10. Only one object, only one address. That address is given to x, y, and z. Case 4, x is 10, not this, right? X is 10, x is 20. So 2 object gets created, 2 different addresses, but always it prints the latest value, x value, latest x value, right? So print x 20. At the latest value prints the address of x type. Now I'll show you all these 4 cases practically what we have discussed till now, right? Yes. So yesterday I was showing you, right? How to install.
Sir,
Yes.
2 different values get the same address, sir.
2 different values can never have the same address. 2 different objects will be there. For 10 one object, 21 object. You 2 different values can never have the same address.
Okay.
Observe here. Okay. So whenever we install Python, right, go where your Python is installed. Within this, you can see like Python 3.10 version, right? What is the first thing you see here? IDLE. Click that IDLE, right? Here you can see this Python shell gets open in interactive mode. I want to work with batch mode, means say file, new file. Yes, here you can write your code. Here you can execute your code, right? Yes. So what is that? Here comment in Python starts with hash symbol. Comment means not executable. Hash indicates what? Comment. Comment means not executable. Just for our understanding, right? Case 1. Defining a variable, right? Defining a variable. X equal to 10. If you print the content, print x. If you want to print the address, ID of x. If you want to print the type, right? type of x. Type of x is what type? Integer
Integer
type.
type.
Because you have assigned an integer value, right? It will be like integer type, right? So file, save it, save. So within the C drive, right? Python, create a separate folder for this bastard, Python 8 p.m, right? So here I'm saying like any name you can do into one .py extension. Here run module. Print x means it prints 10, right? The content. Address of x means where exactly it is stored, right? And type of x. Type of x is what type? Integer type, right? Okay. So print the content, print the address, and print the type, right? Yes. Case 2. Observe this. I'll copy the same thing, right? If you want to write one more file, Python file, say file, new file, and paste, right? I'm pasting the same. Defining two different variables. Defining two different variables, right? Two different variables with two different values. Then two different objects gets created. Two different objects gets created, right? Defining two different variables with two different values, then two different objects gets created. So I want the sessions to be interactive, right, throughout the course. So everyone, you can just unmute and you can keep responding, right? Or through voice or through chat panel. Whether your answers are correct or wrong, not a problem. Keep responding. Defining two different variables with two different values, then two different objects gets created with the two different addresses, right?
Yes.
Observe this. X is 10 and y is 20. I'm defining two variables, x as 10 and y as 20. Print x, address of x, type of x. In same way, I want to print the same for that y. Print x, address of x, and type of y. Print y, address of y, type of y. Now try to answer here. The address of x and address of y. Address of x and address of y. Is it going to be same or different?
Not different, sir.
Different.
It must be different. It must be different, right? Because different values, different objects, different addresses. So save it with any name. .py extension. Check this now. Run module, right? So here print x means 10. Its address and its type is what type? Integer type. Print y 20 and see the address of the 20, right? This is the address of 20. Type is what type? Integer type. So this is print x, its address and its type. 20, its type and its address, right? Okay. So the different address of x and address of y is different here because different value, different object, different address, right?
Sir, one more question.
Yes, go ahead.
Suppose I'm defining x variable with 10 value and again I'm defining x equal to 20. Then what will be the object address?
Yeah, that is case 4, right? I'm coming to it.
Okay.
X is 10 and x is 20 is case 4. Now observe. File, new file. Case 3, right? Now observe this case 3. Defining two different variables with same values, right? Two different variables with same values. with same values, then how many objects? Only one object gets created, and its address is given to both the variables, and its address okay, fine. X is 10, y is also 10, right? X is 10, y is also 10. X value 10, y is 10. Try to answer. The address of X and address of Y, is it going to be the same or different?
Same address.
It should be same, right? It must be same. The same one, only one object, one address, and one content. It's going to share the same content and the address, right? Yes. Run a run module, right? Observe here. So content is 10 for X, Y also 10. See the address, same, right? Same address, right? For both. The type also same, integer type, right? This is case 3. Two different variables with same values, only one object gets created, and its address is given to both the variables, right? Yes. Once again, check the result. Yes. Observe here. Address is going to be the same. Address remains the same, right? Yes. Type is integer, address is same, content also same. This is case 3. Now coming to this case 4, right? File, new file. Case 4. Defining two variables with same name. Two variables with same name, right? Defining two variables with same name, but with different values. But with different values. Two different values. Then two different object gets created. Two different objects gets created. And the previous one gets removed, right, by the garbage collector, and the previous one gets removed. Defining two variables with same name but with two different values, then two different objects gets created and the previous one gets removed by the garbage collector. Now observe this. X is 10, X is 20. So just now you asked a query, right? What happens if X is 10, X is 20? Print X means what it prints? Yes.
20.
20. Right? Address of X means 20. Type of X means the type of this integer type, right? So dot py, right? Yes. Run module. It always prints 20, its address and its type. Understood all these 4 cases, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Any queries in this 4 cases? Case 1, 2, 3, and 4?
No, sir.
What happens internally whenever you create some variable, right? How to print its content, its address, and its type. So I got one query here in case 3. 1 second. Observe this case 3 and go back to this case 3. X value is 10, that's fine. Y is also 10. The address of X and Y same or different?
Same.
Same, right?
Same.
It must
Same.
be same. See, what if I say 10.0? What if I say
Different.
10?
Then it will different.
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 So
Different.
before, so before you
Different.
answer, what is type of Y here?
Yeah.
Float. Float.
Float type, sir.
Float type, sir.
Float.
Here, float object created here. Here,
Yes.
integer object created.
Integer.
Two different objects, right? One
Yes.
is float
Yes, sir.
object, one is integer
Another
object.
was
Two
a
different.
integer.
Please be in mute. If you have got any background noise, please give response through voice through chat panel, right? Yes. Fine. Okay. Type of Y is float type. Here type of X is integer type. Integer object, float object. Two different objects got created. Two different objects got created, right? Yes. So different addresses. Just observe here different addresses, right? Yes. Integer type, float type. The addresses are different, right? Yes. So okay, 10 and 10.0 are not same. They are different. Okay. Now, okay, that is the 4 cases, right? Somebody, yeah, you got some query you're asking, right? In case 4. Yes, Ramasinha, right? So observe this case 4, right? Go back to this case 4, right? Yes. Yeah. What's your query?
Hello, sir.
Yes,
Is
yes.
this all object created in heap area or only in other area?
So one second. One second. Observe. One more query was asked parallelly, right? Okay. Well, okay. So whenever you execute, check, observe this. Every time, observe this 10 and 10. Now see the address of X and address of Y. When this is your code, program code, it's stored in the disk. It's stored in the disk, right? Whenever you execute your program code, run module, then one by one your statement gets interpreted. Interpretation happens. It is going to store your object in the okay, to be stored in the physical memory location address, right? One by one statement executes. See, every time if I execute, do you get the same address? You got ending with 696, 696, right? This time. Statement by statement. Again, if I execute, right, will you get the same address ending with 696?
No.
Right. So again, if I execute, you are ending with 400 this time. So every time differently, right? So okay, and observe this case 4, right? Observe this case 4, right? X is 10 and X is, see, case 4, once again you check this diagram, right? X equal to 10, X equal to 20. So what happens? This object only available. The previous object is not available. It gets removed, right? So here also, whenever you say X equal to 10, X equal to 20, whenever you define X equal to 20, right, this object gets removed from the memory. Only this won't be available. It prints that value only, its address and its type. Okay, fine. Float, what do you mean by float? Means something in decimal part. And what do you mean by reference count? Means, yes, you are suppose if you are not understood, you need to ask that query then and there, everyone, when we are discussing about this reference count, right? Be free in asking the queries and dots, right? Right, observe here. Reference count means whenever X equal to 10, Y equal to 10, Z equal to 10, right? Yes. Yes, float means something in decimal, right? In reference count, Divya Palla, right? What you have not understood, let me know. Which case have you not understood?
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I have one query. Reference count means uh, variable is different, but the values are same. This is
Here,
called reference.
reference count means here there is one object x equal to 10. One object got created with some value that is 10 and with some address. This is right. Y is also 10. Means one more object won't be created. Y equal to 10 means one more object won't be created. Already, first it checks any object with value 10 already available in the memory. If available, the same address will be given to it. Z equal to, right? Z equal to 10, Z also 10. Right? One more object won't be created. The same address will be given to Z, right? So here observe carefully. This one you have understood, right, everyone? If x value is 10, y is 10, z is 10. Only one object, only one address. The address is given to x, y, z. Now, reference count means I have mentioned here clearly, right? What is reference count? Number of variables pointing to an object. Number of variables storing address of a object. Clearly I have mentioned what is that? Number of variables pointing to an object or number of variables storing address of an object. Means here how many variables are pointing to this object? X
Yes,
is
sir.
pointing to this, y is pointing to this, z is pointing to this. So reference count is 3. Or one more way, how many variables are storing the address of this object? X is storing this object address, y is storing this, z is storing. So reference count is 3. Understood what is reference count? If
Yes, sir.
3 variables pointing, reference count. If 2 variables pointing, reference count. If only one variable pointing, okay. For example, somewhere I'm saying w value equal to some 70. One object gets created with value 70. It is going to have some address, right? This one. Now, what is the reference count of this object is 70?
One, sir.
One.
Only one. Only one
One, sir.
variable w. Only one variable w is pointing to it. Now, slowly, what I will do? If I modify that w value to 80, right? One more object getting created with value 80, which is going to have some address. Now, what happening? W is pointing to the new object. It is not pointing to this object. It is not pointing to this object. The reference count becomes 0. No variable is pointing to this object 70. Previously w was pointing. Now w is pointing to the object 80. Is not pointing to the 70. So whenever reference count is 0 means garbage
Garbage
collector
collective will
removes
act,
that
sir.
object. Remove from that. Understood
Sir,
now what is reference count? What is reference count and what is garbage collector? Okay, fine.
sir, one small doubt here. What is the meaning of garbage, sir?
Garbage collector, right? So garbage
Yeah.
collector, so one second, garbage collector is a background program or background thread which runs in the background. Whenever any reference count becomes 0, then immediately it removes it. What do you mean by garbage collector? Means it's a background program or background thread executes in the background, right? Whenever any object reference count becomes 0, it removes it. Fine. It will be running in the background, right?
Fine, sir. Thank you.
So
Hello,
our
sir.
yes,
How we know that we are in batch mode or interfacing mode?
yes, 1 second. So whenever you go to this where your Python is installed, right? So just if you go and see, right, Python 3.10, the first one, ideally if we click, immediately it opens in interactive mode. This is an interactive mode. 3 arrow symbol. You can keep on interacting statement by statement. 3 plus 4. 5 into 7. This interactive mode, statement by statement execution, right? What is x value? What is x plus? This is what interactive mode. You are interacting. I doesn't want to work with interactive. I want to work with batch mode means file, new file. So here you can write your codes, right? Here you can write the entire code, 10 lines or 5 lines. And here run module, entire code going to exist batch mode. Understood?
Which one is mostly used?
Batch mode, this batch mode, right? That interactive mode means only for if it doesn't know about any, as a beginner, as a learner, right? As a beginner, as a learner only it works. So one second. This interactive mode, if it doesn't know about any particular functionality of Python, type here and check what output it is going to give, right? Only for that. Interactive mode only for learning Python, right? Batch mode, mostly we go for batch mode. Okay, fine. Understood, right, everyone? So I just was showing you, so the 4 cases, what happens internally whenever you're defining some variables, right? Okay. So now, one second, coming to this data types, coming back to this data types, right? Data types mainly of 2 types. Data types mainly of 2 types. So in Python, we say like fundamental data types, collection data types. Fundamental data types means object holding a single value. What is that? Object holding single value. Collection data type means object holding group of values, right? Object holding group of values. Fundamental data type, object holding single value. Collection data type, object holding group of values. Example for this, x equal to 10. An object getting created with this value 10 with some address, right? That what we have discussed. That address is given to x, means here object to holding a single value. But whenever you say object holding group of values or multiple values, example for this collection type, the name itself is saying collection of values, group of values, right? X equal to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, right? Yes. X equal to 10 to 50. So here one object getting created. Here one object gets created with 10 to 50, right? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. It's going to have some address 1040. Okay. So here object holding group of values. That's why we say it as collection data type. Object holding group of values or multiple values, right? Fundamental and collection types, right? So what are the next, in the next class, my discussion will be what are the fundamental data types, and more briefly I'll be discussing on this fundamental, what are the different fundamental data types supported by Python. And later, once I discuss, later I go with collection data types, what are the various collection types. And before I go with collections, we have got a lot more discussion, right? What are the input output statements in Python, typecasting in Python, operators in Python, flow control statements, before we go with collections, right? So hope you have understood what we have discussed in today's class, right, everyone? So just defining variables, the 4 cases I was just showing you practically, right? Okay. So one more thing, we will, so just one second. So tomorrow Saturday, right?
Yes,
Can,
sir.
Yes, sir.
we'll have a class tomorrow. Fine for everyone, right?
Okay.
Sir.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
So
sir.
we
Yes,
will,
sir. Okay, sir. Fine, sir.
We'll have generally Monday to Friday only, but as it is the first, right? So we are going in a flow, right? The flow will be missing. That's why tomorrow also everyone try to attend the session same time, same link, right? But from Monday the link is going to change. Tomorrow everyone you can attend the class, right? But next class tomorrow will be that there will be a class. Monday the next class, right? From Monday the link will be changing. So those who are enrolling, right? Those who are getting registered will be getting the links, right? So yes, already if you can check these messages, right, in the short message already there is a message given by Durgasoft online team. So everyone are supposed to send that screenshot to Durgasoft online training. So then only you will be getting that link, right? If you forget to forward that screenshot, that payment screenshot, so that's previously some of the students were facing that problem, right? Once again, you can send that screenshot to this Durgasoft training link. Okay, fine. So tomorrow everyone you can attend the session same time at 8 o'clock, right? So we'll see more on this fundamental data types. We'll be discussing more on this, right? Fine. So fine. So I'm stopping here for today. Meet you tomorrow, same time. Thank you all for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So,
Thank you.
Fine.
sir,
Okay.
you'll
Thank
be
you, sir.
sharing these notes.
Yeah, I'll forward you the notes, right? Whatever I'm typing, whatever I'm so just you'll be getting it.
Yeah, because yesterday it's okay.
Yeah. Tomorrow you'll be getting once I get enrolled, right? You'll be getting all the notes, videos, right? Fine.
Oh,
Clear notes, everything
sure.
you'll be getting. Fine.
Thank you. Bye.
Fine.
Thank you, sir.
Fine.
Thank you, sir.
Fine. Yeah, good evening all. So before I start, can anyone please confirm whether my voice is clear, whether my screen is visible or not, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Fine,
Sir,
thank
you
you.
are audible and screen is also visible.
Fine,
Yes, can
thank you.
proceed.
Yeah, thank you. So today just I'm going to discuss like the basics of Python, like what is Python software foundation, the Python versions, Python installation, Python execution modes, right? Yes. So before we go, like what is like Python software foundation? Please be in mute. Everyone, please try to be in mute. Python Software Foundation, PSF. We say like PSF, right? So it is a non-profit organization devoted towards Python community. It's a non-profit organization devoted towards Python community. It was launched in the year, it was launched in the year 2001, right? Almost like 20 years back, it was launched. And the main objective of this is to foster the development of Python. So to version, right? Foster the development of Python. So in the year 2004, right? PSF, Python Software Foundation, received Computer World Horizon Award. For the cutting edge technology, right? And The president for this, the president is nothing but the personality who developed Python. The personality who developed Python is none other than like Guido van Rossum is the personality who introduced Python, who developed Python. The same person is the president for this PSF, Guido van Rossum. The headquarters situated in US, headquarters Delaware, United States, right? US, United States, right? Okay. Official website of this Python, official website of PSF. Nothing like www.python.org. Python.org. This is the official website of Python from where we are going to download Python from here, and we are going to install it. We are going to download and install the Python from here, right? Official website. Okay. Next, like Python versions. Before we go with the installation, like Python versions, right? Python versions. But like Python 1.x, Python 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, nothing. So the first 1990, it was released in the year 1990, right? Python 2 version, Python 2.x. The first 2 version was released in the year 2000, right? Yes. Python 3 version, Python 3.x. The version that we are using currently is 3 version, right? 3.3 version. It's released in the year 2008, right? Almost like 13 years ago, it was released. Python 3 version. Latest version of Python, right? Latest version of Python. Latest version of Python, like Python 3.10, right? Python 3.10 is the latest version that we are going to use. Stable version of Python, stable version of Python, right? Okay, like Python 3.7, right? Python 3.7, nothing but mostly used version, 3.7, right? What do you mean by stable version? Like mostly used version. Previous stable version, previous, that is previously mostly used version, previous stable version is. So Python 2.7 is mostly used. Python 2.7. In some cases, we will be using with 2.7. Like for example, if you're working with databases, right? If you're working with like database like Oracle 10G, right? Oracle 10G, it supports 2.7. It won't support 3 version. So from 11 onwards, Oracle 11 onwards, we are supporting like Python 3 version. Okay, fine. So what is that? Latest version of Python is 3.10, right? Version to version, we'll see some features gets included, right? Yes. Now Python installation. Okay. Python installation, right? So now I'll show you like step by step how to download and how to install Python, right? How to download and how to install this Python. So before I start, right, just go to the settings, apps, check where your Python is available, right? Multiple versions of Python also can be installed, right? 3.8, 3.9, 3.10, multiple versions can be installed, right? Here you can see the Python here, right? Python 3.10.1, right? Just uninstall it. So again, I'll reinstall this. Uninstallation in progress, right? So Python provides different softwares. Python provides different softwares for different environments. For Windows, separate software. For Linux and for Mac OS. For Linux, anyhow, by default, the Python comes as an inbuilt for along with the Linux OS, right? No need of any installation. But if you want the latest version to be installed by writing some command, we can just execute, right? In the case of Windows, again in Windows 2 softwares, it provides for 32-bit Windows, Python provides separate software. For 64-bit, Python provides separate software, right? Okay, how will you check whether your Windows is a 32-bit or 64-bit, right? So for that, just let the installation go. So minimize and just go to your desktop, right? Just right click your PC or my computer, right? Right click your PC and go to the properties. Here you can see, right? Here you can see system type. Can you check here? System type 64-bit operating system, right? 64-bit operating system. So if it is 64-bit OS, right, you need to support, you're supposed to select like 64-bit Python software. If it is 32-bit, select 32-bit Python software, right? So if you're working with like Windows 7 or Windows 8, if you've got 32-bit, you are supposed to select the 32-bit Python software, right? Now I'll show you how to download and how to install this Python, right? So I think in an installation was successful. Close it. Now just open Chrome. Just open Chrome and just what is the official website of Python? www.python.org, right? Official website of Python, python.org, right? Official website of Python. Python.org, right? Yes, enter. So here you can see this PSF, right? Here PSF, Python Software Foundation, Python Software Foundation, right? It's a PSF. Python is an organization devoted to an advancing open source technology related to Python programming, right? So the membership, sponsorship, volunteer, everything you can check it here, right? And also like if you want to see the documentations, Python documentation, right? You can just click here, documentation, clear documentation is available, right? You can just check this docs, Python docs for the latest version, Python docs, right? It clearly explains you Python 10.2 documentation. So you can see what's new in Python 3.10, right? So what is that summary highlights? What are the new features you see, right? In this new features. So better error messages, what are the new things included, what are the new models you got, everything with examples it is going to display, right? Yes, so all the things you can just go through. What are the things features related to type hints, right? And if anything, any deprecated or anything got removed, yes, new modules, like improved modules, right? Everything you can check within this documentation, right? About this new latest version, right? If anything, right, these are all that improved libraries, modules which got version to version, many models will be introduced. Some models will be deprecated or some models gets removed, right? Yes, deprecated. The models which are removed, everything you can just go through this documentation. Even if you are updated with the Python in the coming days, you can just keep a track with this documentation, right? What are the new things and what are the things which got removed, those things, right? Yes, go to this downloads, right? Just go to this downloads, all releases, just go to the downloads, all releases, right? Let's click this downloads, all releases. Okay, within this downloads and all releases, right? If we can just scroll down, right? Scroll down, it says active Python releases. Not that, you can just scroll down, looking for a specific release, right? Looking for a specific release. Yes, looking for a specific release. Yes, see this Python 3.10.2, right? It was released on January 14th, just 1 week back, just 6 days back it was released, right? What is that? 3.10.2, right? Previously 10.1 on December, right? 1 month back. So you can see all the Python versions from the last 20 years. From the last 20 years, what all the Python versions, right? Everything you can check it here, right? You can scroll down all these Python versions from the last 20 years. Right? Python 2.0.1. It is 2 version, June 22, 2001. So select a version, right? 3.10.2, that is the latest Python release, right? Just click it. Just click the 3.10.2, right? Just and scroll down, right? If you can scroll down, you will see the files here. You can see the files, right? Files. Windows installer 32-bit or 64-bit, whether your Windows is a 32-bit or 64-bit Windows. If it is 64-bit, right, just can click this 64-bit. Just click this, your download started, right? Download just 26.9 MB, right? 26 MB of size. See, Python supporting like 89,300 modules, but all the modules you are not going to see along with this Python software. Only commonly used modules you are going to see along with this Python software, right? Okay. So remaining the external modules means the modules which are not part of Python software, like data science related modules, database related modules, this all the other modules are not part of Python software. We are supposed to download them and install them by using a component called pip, right? Later I will demonstrate, right, how to download and how to install step by step the external modules which are not part of Python software, right? Yes. So my download is completed. Yes, it is finished. You can just go to the downloads folder and click it. Otherwise, you can just click this exe file, right? You are going to get a window in this manner, right? You get a window in this manner, right? Okay. Okay. Add Python. Okay. Add Python 3.10. See here at the bottom, you can see, right? Add Python 3.10 to path. Add Python 3.10 to path, right? Just check this. Means you are adding Python 3.10 to path variable of operating system, right? Click it. Click this, right? Check this. And go for customize installation. Go for what? Customize installation, right? So here in this, you are not able, you are not supposed everything by default, it will be selected, right? No need to select anything. Here you are going to get the documentation for this particular version. Pip, just now I said, right, which will download and install any other Python packages and modules which are not part of Python software, right? Ideally integrated development environment, right, where we are going to write the Python code, Python test suite. So nothing to select here, just to say next here. So advanced option, nothing to select here also, but see this installation location, right? By default, where it is getting installed within the C drive, users, Dell, app data, local, programs, Python 3.10, right? Somewhere it is getting installed in the some subdirectories, right? Tomorrow, if you want to find the path of Python, you need to enter into multiple subdirectories, right? So instead of that, remove all this big path, just install Python in the C drive. That's it. Remove all this, sorry. Remove all this, right, from here onwards. Just remove all this, right? Just C drive slash Python 3.10. 3.10 is nothing but 3.10, right? C slash Python 3.10, 3.10. Fine. So C slash Python 3.10, right? Yes. Just to say install, your installation starts. Just hardly it takes 1 minute to install this Python, right? Setup progress. It will just take 1 minute. Once it got installed, let us check whether it is successfully installed or not, right? Yes. So we can also install Python in Linux, Mac OS, even if you've got a smartphone, right? Within the smartphone also, you can install Python. So go to the Play Store and just say Python IDE. You will get many IDs, right? Selecting one and installing and using and working with it, right? IDs. Okay. Now, once it is finished, right, let us check whether it is successfully installed or not, right? Fine. In the case of Linux, right, in the case of Linux, by default, you get Python as an inbuilt with along with this Linux OS, right? But if you want the latest version of Linux to be installed, right, by using a command, just observe what is the command, right? apt-get install, apt-get install, right? Python, whatever the Python version, that 3.10, right? So it will download and installs this. I just by typing this command will automatically, if you want it from the root user, you are supposed to install sudo, otherwise just keep sudo apt-get install Python 3.10, right? Yes. Okay. Just observe here, Python setup was successful. Just to close it. Now, whether it is successfully installed or not, how will you check whether it is successfully installed or not, right? Yes. At the bottom, right? At the bottom search panel, that is the bottom search panel, right? Say CMD and go to the command prompt. Yes, go to the command prompt. Type Python here. It should display the Python version that we have installed, right? And Python interpreter should be open, right? Here, you can check this. Python 3.10.2 January, when it was January 17th, 2022 at so and so time it was released. So we're saying right here. Can you see this 3 arrow symbol, right? This is what interactive mode, where you can type any valid Python statement. You can type any valid Python statements and interact with it statement by statement. You can interact with any Python statement, you can interact with it statement by statement, right? Okay. Observe. 3 plus 4. Yes, it's working, right? 5 into 7, right? X equal to, you can give any name, right? Ajay, right? Y equal to some value. Kumar, right? X plus Y gives, right? Ajay. You can write any valid Python statements and you can interact with it, right? Statement by statement. This is what we call it as interactive mode, right? Yes. Yeah. So this is what installing the how to download and how to install Python. You can just go to this python.org website. It's in that downloads folder and just select the version you want. 3.10.2. Yes. Download and just normal installation on the right. Yes. Python execution modes. Python execution modes, right? Two modes of execution. Two modes of execution. First is like interactive mode and batch mode. Second is like batch mode. What is interactive mode and what is batch mode, right? In other programming languages, like interactive mode is not supported. Here we directly type like Python statements. And the user can easily interact, Python statement by statement. Observe. Yes. Here interactive mode means here we directly type Python statements on the Python interpreter, and the user can easily interact with Python statement by statement. Batch mode. So here the advantage of interactive mode, what specific advantage we see is, right? Observe. What advantage we see from interactive mode means, for example, you don't know about any Python functionality, you can just type here in this interactive mode and you can check what response it is giving. Based on that response, you can analyze it. So to check the functionalities of Python, and to learn Python for the beginners and the learners, right? This interactive mode works better. You can just type any statement and you can check what response it gives instead of writing the entire program code, right? Batch mode, just like other programming language, Python also supports batch mode. Here we write batch of statements or set of statements, right? Set of statements within the editors or IDs, okay, and save it by using .py extension, and save it by using .py extension, right? And later submit it to Python. So here we write a set of statements within the editors or IDs and save it by using .py extension and later submit to Python. So what are the various editors where we are going to write the Python code, and what are the various IDs? So what are the various editors where we can write the Python code, right? Within the notepad you can write, right? Just observe this. Within the notepad, edit plus, within the VI editor, right? VI editor, nano editor, right? Yes. The first two are for Windows environment, notepad, edit plus, and the second and third is for Linux environment, VI and nano. Okay, I'll come back to this, but what are the various IDs? Various IDE means integrated development environment. What are the various IDs? In real time we go for IDs, right? We use IDs, right? I'm going to show you the various IDs, not one ID or two IDs, multiple IDs. I'm just going to discuss as part of this course, right? PyCharm, PyDev, Komodo, Spider, Eclipse, NetBeans, and Jupyter Notebook, right? Jupyter Notebook, Atom ID, right? VS Code, right? Yes, all this. I'm just going to show you how to download all this and how to install these things and how to run the Python code on this. You may ask why this. See, PyCharm is the mostly used one. Even as part of our course, we are going to use this PyCharm, right? Mostly used ID, right? So you may ask why these many IDs, why not one or two, right? Because I said Python is used widely in different environments. Depending upon the different environments, different IDs will be preferred. For example, for data science environment, right? Like Jupyter is mostly preferred. Spider is preferred. Even for big data, Spider is mostly preferred. Jupyter is preferred. For typical web applications creations, right? PyCharm is mostly preferred. Atom, VS Code, these things are mostly preferred, right? Depending upon environment to environment, different IDs getting preferred. So I'm going to give the knowledge on all these IDs, right? So tomorrow, if you go to any environment, right, you can just work with these IDs, right? So first, I'll show you like how to write the how developing Python application using editors first. Developing Python applications. Developing Python application using a editor, right? Just by using a normal notepad, how can I write a Python statement, Python file, sorry, how to generate a Python file and how to execute it, right? So developing a Python application using the editor, right? Example like notepad. Open notepad and type the following Python statements. As of now, we didn't discuss anything about Python, right? So just we'll perform some kind of arithmetic operations, right? Addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, right? I'm taking two values, 10 and y as 20, right? X is 10, y is 20, right? Try to find print x plus y, x minus y, that print x minus y, print x into y and x by y, right? X into y and x by y, right? Addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, right? When you take like two values, I want to say just copy this to a separate notepad file, right? Yes, I'm creating a separate notepad file. Yesterday I created a separate folder for this batch, right? Python 8 p.m, right? First write some Python code within a notepad, right? Within this way, 10 and 20, addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, right? File, save, right? Yes. So just to go to this Python 8 p.m folder, right? Yesterday we have created it. 8 p.m folder, right? Within that, you can just say sample1.py, sample1.py, right? Save it. Now submit this file to Python. I'm writing here, save it as sample1.py. Submit to Python as, yes, submit to Python as, right? How to submit to Python? So just at the bottom, you can see the search panel. Just type CMD and press enter, right? Type Python here and don't say enter. If you say enter, we'll go to the interactive mode, but I want to work with batch mode only. See, submit your Python file to this Python, right? Where it is available in the C drive, yes. In which folder? Like Python 8 p.m folder, right? And what is the file name? Sample1.py, right? Okay, just the file name, the folder name, and the drive where your file is saved, right? Yes, just to say enter, right? It should display the result. 10 plus 20, 10 minus 20, 10 into 20, 10 by 20, right? Yes, this was the result, right? So just save it in notepad and just save it by using .py extension, any name .py extension. Come to the command prompt and specify the path where your file is available to Python, right? Understood, right, everyone? Right, this is the output. But here, what is your observation? But here we are writing the code. Here we are writing the code at one place, At one place means at notepad, within the notepad, and executing at the other place. We are writing the code at one place and executing the code at the other place, right? Within the command prompt, we are executing. We are executing at the command prompt. But to write and execute at the same place, we have IDLE, right? Integrated Development Environment. IDLE, Integrated Development Learning Environment. We have IDLE, which comes along with Python installation. Which comes along with Python installation, right? Using which we can work with both interactive and batch mode. Using which we can work with both interactive and batch. Yes. So what is the problem you have seen here? We are writing the code in the notepad and executing at the command prompt. But to write and execute at the same place, we have IDLE, which comes along with Python installation, using which we can work with both interactive and batch mode, right? How to open this IDLE? How to open this IDLE? Yes. Whenever we install Python, right? Go to the start programs. See that where this Python available, right? P. So here you can see within this P, Python 3.9 is available, 3.10 is available. 3.10 within this first one, what is the IDLE? Select it. Python shell gets opened here. Python shell gets opened. 1 second, I'll copy this code. Once again, it's a file. Go to this Python 3.10. Just click this IDLE, right? Python shell gets open in this manner. So this is what 3 arrow symbol where you can work with interactive mode. Any valid Python statements you can type, right? X has 10, Y has 4. Sorry, X has 10, Y has 4. X plus Y, X minus Y. In this way, you can type any valid statements. You can work with interactive mode here. But I want to work with batch mode, right? Say file, new file. Say file, new file. And write your Python code here. Taking two values, adding those two, subtracting, multiplication, and division. So save it. File, save. So go to the C drive, like just check it. Python 8 PM. Sample2.py, right? Okay. So here itself we can write the code. Here itself we can execute the code. Observe here. Here itself we can write the code. Here itself we can execute the code, right? Here run is there. Run module, right? You will get the output. 10 plus 20, 10 minus 20, 10 into 20, 10 by. Observe once again. If I execute here itself, we can write the code. Here itself we can execute run module. If you say, you will get that addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Yes, right? Understood, everyone? How to install Python and where to write the Python code within the notepad if you want. And ideally, where this ideally is available, writing the code and executing at the same place, right? Yes. Yes, if you say .py or if you're not saying in ideally means it's Python related, right? If you give .py or if you're not giving .py, it's by default it takes .py extension, right? Yes. Okay. So understood, right? how to write Python code within the editors, and how to download these IDs like PyCharm, Jupyter, Spider, Anaconda distributions, right? Later, once we are done with little bit of technical content, right, I'll just discuss how to download and how to install and how to work with those, right? Yes. Next is like next, just giving this introduction to this data types, right? One second. Python data types, right? Data types. Okay. Every organization, right? Use case, every organization use case has got data and operations, has got a data and operations. Talk about any organization, it has got a data and operations. Data represented using, right? Observe this, data represented using data types or variables. Data types or variables, right? Okay. Data represented using data types or variables. Operations represented using functions or methods. Functions, right? So just if you talk about any organization has got a data and operations, data by using data types or variables, operations using functions. If I talk about any organization, right? Observe this diagram once. If I take the example of any organization like a bank, right? What bank consists of? Customers and employees. It consists of what? Customers and employees. Customers has got data and operations. Data and operations. Data represented using, okay, for example, data, customer data like customer name, account number, right? Account number, balance, branch. So data represented using data types or variables. Data types are variables, right? Yes. Data represented using data types or variables. Operations like the withdraw operation, deposit operation, transfer operation, right? They are represented using functions. Data represented using data types or variables. Operations represented using functions. Similarly, for employees also we have got a data and operations. Data like employee ID, employee name, salary, designation, right? Designation. Employee ID, employee name, salary and designation, right? Okay, here we got operations like calculating tax, calculating net salary, right? Calculating tax, net salary, all this by using functions. This data by using data types or variables, right? Data types are variables. So any organization, right? Okay. So any organization. So observe, right? Some of you were asking yesterday, right? Yes. It's Durga Soft online team, right? So you can just check this message, right, posted by this online team, right? So as you are asking the payment process and procedure. Observe this. So data represented by data types and operations, right? Data types and variables, operations by using functions, and okay, fine. Data using data types, variables, operations using functions, right? Okay, observe this. You take any programming language like C or C++ or Java or Python, right? Any programming language, they represents data. They represents data using data types or variables. On that data, performing operations on this data, performing operations using functions. They represents data using data types or variables, operations using functions, right? So if I talk about the other programming languages, C or C++ or Java, compared with Python, Python supports dynamic data types, right? Python supports what? Dynamic data types. Dynamic data types. In other programming language, if you want to define a variable like int, so a variable like x equal to 10, right? Compulsorily we need to define this data type int x equal to 10. If you want to define like y equal to 4.5, compulsory we need to define this data type, right? Z equal to hello string z, right? Index float y string z, right? But here in Python, no need to define this data type. Directly I can say like x as 10, y as 4.5, z as hello, right? Yes. Here, what kind of variable x is means based on the data type defining, you are saying it is integer type. Based on the data type defining, you are saying it is like float type. You are saying z is of string type. But in Python, what kind of variable x is means what value you are assigning to it, based on the value assigned. What value are based on the value assigned, the variable x is going to get created dynamically during runtime time. If you're assigning an integer variable, then integer variable gets created. If you're assigning a float value, right, float variable gets. If you're assigning a string value, string variable gets created means based upon what value you are assigning, based on that variable gets created. So in Python we have got a function called type function. Type of y, the type of y is float type. Why it is float? Because you have assigned a float value, that's why the type is float. Type of x, next is like type of x. Type of x is what type? Integer type, right? Why it is integer? Because you have assigned a integer value to it. Type of z, type of z is what type? String type. String type, right? Because you are assigning a string value to it, right? Yes, fine. So dynamic data types, right? Based upon what value you are assigning, based on the value assigned, the variables are going to get created dynamically, right? Yes, right. It is easy. Yes, step by step, we are going to discuss everything from the scratch, right? So everyone with zero programming knowledge also, I said you can just update with Python, right? So everything I'll be discussing from the scratch, right? Okay. Fine. So in the tomorrow session, just I'll be discussing, in tomorrow session, I'll be discussing like 4 cases, case 1, case 2, case 3, and case 4, right? To make you understand what happens internally when you are defining some variables in Python. What happens internally whenever you are defining some variables, how they are getting stored, right? So hope you understood. Today we have discussed like Python software foundation, Python versions, Python installations, Python execution modes, right? Software foundation, Python versions, Python installation, execution modes, and just introduction to this Python data types and variables type. So more discussion we'll discuss step by step in tomorrow's session. What happens if you define, right? Are you getting the recorded video? Can you please confirm whether you have got yesterday's and day before yesterday's video? Can anyone please confirm once?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and you can just check this. Yesterday, some of you were asking about this, how to enroll and what is the registration process. You can just copy that text, right? So you can just, a post was given by Durga Soft Online. Fine. And after you pay it, you need to see the, need to forward the screenshot, the payment, that screenshot of it to this email ID. What is that? Durgasoft. One second. This one. The for you should have got a mail, right? Durgasoft online training at the rate gmail.com, right? To this. So you can just after the payment process, right? You can just make the screenshot. You need to pass it to this Durgasoft online training, right? Just I'm pasting here. Don't forget, because tomorrow after the link getting changed, if you want to get the new link, right? Fine. The Durgasoft online training at the screenshot of the payment you need to pass. So anyone who didn't get that recorded video, you didn't get any. See, you can just check the.
And how to do the online payment, sir?
Yeah, you can just see that just before you got that message, right? You can just check the message given by this online team, right? Can you see in that chart panel? Just they have given a message.
In on the email?
Not in the email, in the chart panel in the Zoom now here itself, right?
Okay, okay, got it.
Sir, can we submit the fee in installment?
Yes, regarding that fee, those things, right? You can just already I think they have provided the contact details also, right? You can just with the online click. One second, the contact details.
So sorry, you will be sharing these notes also.
Yeah, I'll forwarding the notes, right? Once everyone got enrolled and everyone got registered, right? Daily we'll be getting the notes and the video, right?
Yeah, and what about these like today's notes? That also you will share?
Yeah, everything, whatever I'm typing, right? Everything I'll be forwarding you.
Okay, okay. Can you please drop this, copy paste this mail ID to chat?
Good evening, sir. My name is Tanmay. Sir, I have one query.
Query was asked, right?
Sir, I have one question.
Yes.
Sir, once we enroll, do we get any placement type of help, or it is not how it is, sir?
Yes, yes. 1 second. So sometimes see this. There'll be some drives in this. What is that? Durga. They'll be posting you, and they'll be posting you, right? Sometimes whatever the drives you will be seeing, right? Common to all that, not only for Python course, for all the courses, they'll be forwarding the things. If there is any drive or anything, the postings, they'll be just posting here and there, right? Now and then.
Sir, is it available for frameworks in Durga Soft, sir?
Frameworks, yes, frameworks are available. After Python, if you want to update with framework also available, right?
Sir, cost of course, sir.
Cost of
Course.
This Python you are talking?
Yes, sir. I'm talking about frameworks. Cost about the framework courses, sir.
Framework courses around like 4K or 5K. Okay, depending upon the batches, right? So if there are offer batches, sometimes the offer batches will be there, right?
Okay.
So here I said this is an offer batch. Python is an offer batch. It's just for 5K, 5,000, right? So we'll be discussing a lot of concepts, 30 topics, right? As I said, the syllabus copy also should have got, right, everyone? Fine. Yes, and one more mail, you can see this by Durgasoft online team. The screenshot to durgasoftonline@gmail.com, right? Yes.
Good evening, sir.
Yes.
Sir, how can I get the video of these demo classes?
Yes.
How can I get the videos of these 2 demo classes?
So you can make a note of this online team, right? You can
Okay.
just I'm forwarding this, right? If anybody who didn't receive, you can just give a call to this,
Okay.
right? 1 second.
Okay.
Hello,
Okay,
sir.
Yeah,
Hello, sir.
1 second. Give me a second, right? Just I'm typing here right now. I'm providing 2 numbers, right? You can just go through that. So if you've got any queries related in the future also, you can just take this. Okay, just I'm posting this mobile numbers in the chart panel. You can just copy it, and for the future reference, right, everyone? These are the contact details of this online team. If you're not getting the video or link or any other, right, you can just call them. Okay, videos regularly you will be getting, right? The Google Drive link will be forwarded daily. One video gets added, and notes I will be forwarding to your mails, right? You will be getting that mails. But videos, if you got any queries related to any of that, as somebody was asking that about the installment, other things, right? You can just give call to this, and you can just have a talk, right? Yes.
So one more query, sir. So while we are doing this course,
yes,
exercise or programs will be taken topic wise, or at the end only we will be doing
no topic wise
projects?
No, topic wise we'll be discussing, right? Yes, that assignments and tasks I'll be providing you. So some topic wise you'll be getting that assignments and tasks.
So how many projects will be having throughout the course?
The last one project will be discussed.
Hello, sir.
Sorry.
Yes, one project will be discussed at the last, right?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
You are covered core Python or advanced Python?
So Python, see, I'm just dividing this course into three: Python core, Python advanced, and Python application oriented models. All these three is going to be covered as part of this course.
Okay, and whether you provide the certificate regarding that I done this Python class or anything else?
You'll be getting a certificate from this Durga soft, right? Course completion, right?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I am from pharma background. Can I learn the Python, sir?
Yes, yes, daily. Yes, if you're from non-programming background or non-IT background, right? Daily, whatever we are discussing, right? That you are daily, you need to complete the practicals that day itself. It looks very simple and easy understanding the sessions, right? Coming sessions, right?
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes, Shanki, right? Yes.
How can I get my certificate, sir?
Either you can collect the certificate going to the institute, or you can also through online also they'll be forwarding you, right?
Okay, thank you.
So the timing says it's a fixed timing, 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock. There won't be any change in the timing. So if there is any change in the demo itself, we'll be intimating, right? Demo, the same timing, 8 p.m. IST is the timing that we will be discussing throughout the end of the course, right?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
So to the numbers, we have to forward it whether we did the payment or not, right? Have to do that. We have to send the screenshots, right?
So this one, Durga Soft Online, to this mail ID. To this mail ID, you need to forward the screenshot to,
Okay.
to this mail ID. And these numbers are given for the reference, right? If you have got any queries related to the fees or related to videos, if you're not getting, you can just contact this. But the screenshot you need to forward to this. If you're not forwarding the screenshot, you won't get any details, right? Like the link or video, all those you want. So you're supposed to forward to this for the confirmation, right?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So tomorrow also you people can attend the session. So we'll be seeing more on this Python, right? So if I'm done with the queries, if there are no other queries, then I'll sign off for today. Meet you tomorrow, same time, right? Yes, same time, and you can follow the same link. Thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, any query?
Sir, I have interested in machine learning course.
Yes.
This machine learning course is available in this Durga site, sir.
Yes, you can just give a call. The numbers that were provided, right? Online team, you can
Okay.
just contact them, right? For that. It's available.
Okay, sir.
It's available.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, tomorrow will be the same link. So if the link is changed, I'll be intimating, but tomorrow we'll be going with the same link, right? For the next 2 days, like tomorrow will be the same link. For the next 2 days, the link will be same, but later it will be changed, right? Yes. Fine. So meanwhile, you can also enroll and you can just register, right? Yes. So I'm stopping here for today. Meet you tomorrow, same time. If you've got any queries, you can ask me tomorrow also, right? Fine. Yeah. Yeah, good evening, everyone. So before I start, can anyone please confirm whether my voice is clear, whether my screen is visible or not, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. It's clear.
Fine, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So yesterday I was just discussing why Python, how Python was built, and what are the reasons which makes Python suddenly super popular? Reasons which makes Python suddenly super popular. Okay, so just let me give a small overview of what we have discussed, right? Right, it has taken features from different programming languages like object-oriented, procedural-oriented, scripting, and modular. So because of this multi features, we call it as a hybrid language. It has got the concept of modules, thousands of 89,300 inbuilt modules Python providing for different domains, right? For data science, Python providing separate models for big data, for networking, for testing, for databases. For each and every database, a separate model Python provides. For operating system, for different types of file formats, and for maths, for mathematical activities, right? For math model, statistics, and generating graphs, right? Any types of graphs like normal graph, bar graphs, histogram, scatter plot, stack plot, pie graph, any types of graphs can be generated by using Python. Okay, so before we go, right, we need to know what kind of applications can be developed.
Hello, sir. You are not audible.
Hello.
Is my, yeah, is my voice clear to all?
Yes, it's clear, but it
No,
just
no, no,
started.
it's not.
Sorry.
No issues,
Yes.
sir. Voice is clear, sir.
Yeah, it's no issues.
Yes, yes.
Problem.
Fine.
Yes, now you are not. Thank you.
Fine. Yeah. Okay. So Python real-time applications. What kind of applications we can develop today by using Python? Python mostly used for creating what kind of applications, right? Python mostly used in creation of automation applications. Many, so today everything getting automated, right? So even in IoT, in DevOps, in robotics, in data science, right? Python is it. What is the prerequisite for learning data science, right? It's Python, right? So everything is coded within Python, right? And even in IoT, that coding is done in Python. Even in DevOps, we write like automation scripts we write in Python, right? Web applications. Python is used for creation of web applications, right? Web applications creations. We have Python providing many frameworks. The famous framework is Django framework, where we can develop web applications at a rapid speed, right? Using Django, where it has got its own database. So Python mostly used of creation of web applications, and even for big data applications using technologies like big data, like Hadoop and Spark, where that implementation goes in Python, like Spark with Python, we say like PySpark. And for scientific applications and for numerical analysis, right? And for GUI animations, graphical user interface, for game development, like we have got like Pygame, PyCora, like the frameworks given by Python, especially for developing games in Python. What is this? Pygame and PyCora, these are the frameworks given by Python, especially for developing games in Python. PySI is a 3D rendering library, okay, for developing games, right? And Python as we can use Python in this testing and scheduling, right? Scheduling tasks, and in database applications, right? Where Python can connect with any database. And for networking, network programming, and for network applications or for network programming, Python, especially Python provides a framework called Twisted Python. It's a framework given by Python, especially for network programming, right? Okay. Software development, right? Even software developers use Python as a support language, and even for business applications, right? And for developing, for building e-commerce systems, right? Python is the best choice for scraping or extracting data from different websites. Go for web scraping. And for embedded applications, right? Raspberry Pi, this is the most famous embedded application, okay, which uses Okay, for computing. Okay, for embedded applications and for audio and video applications, right? Python can be also used for audio and video applications like Team Player, C Play, and for computer aided designing and 3D CAD applications, and for computer vision, right? For object detection, color detection, right? Face detection, we can go for, and for robotics and for data analysis. So many different types of applications can be developed. So I'm getting some messages, right? Like can anyone once again, can you please confirm whether my voice is clear?
Your voice is perfect, sir. No issue.
No
Your
issue.
voice is clear, but little was stuck, sir.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Fine.
Yes, sir. Perfect.
No problem, right? Okay, fine. That's fine. Okay, so if you have got any problem with the sound, right, it is from your side, right? Check that whether your net is okay and your audio device is properly connected or not. Okay, robotics and for data analysis, right? So these are the various applications. As I was saying, Python is a general purpose programming language. Any kind of applications can be developed using Python. It is not purpose based. It is not a purpose based language. It is not for a specific purposes. Okay. For example, if you take a programming language like Java, right? So it is like purpose based. It's not for all the purposes. Like Java is never used for automation, right? Yeah, getting messages like the notepad is partially visible. Is that the same for everyone?
No, sir.
The screen is clear. The screen is clear to all,
We
right?
can see clearly. Yes, yes, sir.
So if if your net is slow, right, you'll be getting those kind of problems, right? So check it once from your side. Observe. Java, I was just talking about Java, right? Java is not used for automation, means for implementing data science, ML, DL, right? Java is never preferred. Okay, fine. And even in writing scripts, automation scripts in AWS, DevOps, or in robotics, right? In IoT, Java is not preferred, right? So Python is not confined to a particular environment, or any type of applications can be built by using Python, right? Fine. And the topmost applications built by using Python, and the companies and who are using Python today, right? I was just saying Google is one of the greatest example of Python web applications creations, right? And I was saying yesterday, like the first web crawling was written in Java, but later it was so difficult and it was rewritten in Python, right? Google's web crawling. And if I talk like Yahoo is using Python, YouTube is using Python for its video sharing service, Instagram is built by using Python, right? So Instagram, okay, I was just saying, right, the prime reason for Instagram for opting Python just because of its simplicity and its practicality, right? And NASA, because of this hybrid features, multi features of Python, many varieties of applications can be developed, and it is used in the research and development because of this multi features. And Uber, I said Uber pricing algorithm, so implemented using Python. Dropbox, it's a home for all your documents, files, photos, and video. It was written in Python. Dropbox written in Python. Pinterest developed using Python. MMOG, massively multiplayer online games. What is this? MMOG, massively multiplayer online games. Already I said, for gaming or for gaming applications or for game development, Python is mostly preferred, where it has got separate frameworks, as I said, like PyCara, Pygame, PySoy, right? Okay. And Maya, a powerful 3D animation which uses Python scripting, right? Maya, a powerful 3D animation uses Python scripting, and BitTorrent for file sharing service using Python, right? Okay. iRobot for military and commercial applications. Netflix using Python. So Netflix, it is uses Python. It uses like Python libraries such as CP, NumPy, and to execute numerical analysis and for security automation, right? Iron Port email server, it uses more than 1 million lines of Python code to do its job. Hardware testing means companies like IBM, Qualcomm, Seagate, all this they use Python for hardware testing. Quora built by using Python, Spotify and Reddit built by using Python, right? And I was just saying yesterday, right? We can easily communicate with Python statement by statement. And yesterday I was saying, right? If you go to the command prompt and if you just type Python here within this and say enter, it will display the Python version and Python interpreter gets opened. Can you see these three arrowed symbols, right? Where you can type any valid Python statement and you can interact with Python statement by statement. You can perform any valid Python statements. 3 plus 2, 6 into 9, any statements, right? Okay. No need to define data types in Python here, like intakes or float, right? Directly we say like x as 10, y as 3. You can just perform arithmetic operations, x plus y. It gives the response for each and every statement. Python provides response for each and every statement you type. It gives a response, right? X minus y, x into y, x by y, x plus 2, x minus 2, x into 2, x to the power of 2, right? In this way, any varied x to the power, this is the power symbol in Python. Single star indicates multiplication, double star indicates power, right? How to, okay, yes, Tanmay, yes, 1 second, I'll come back to your query. Enter. X to the power of 2 is nothing but 10 to the power of 2, that's 100, right? If you want to come out of this, say quit. If you want to come out of this, say quit, right? And say enter, coming out of this. And I'm just closing this. Just a query was asked that how to get that window, right? At the bottom, search panel is there, right? In the Windows, within the Windows, at the bottom search panel, just type CMD. Okay, command prompt and say enter, right? Command prompt gets open and you need to say Python you need to say, right? And say enter. Python version and this will be, but the Python should be installed in your system, then only it will display this, right? But I'll show you the Python installation step by step, how to download and how to install, right? Fine. And reasons which makes Python suddenly super popular. So mainly like very less code you are going to see. Simple syntaxes. The syntaxes of Python looks like normal English statements. They look, they are not as complex as other programming, right? Multi-programming features you are going to see. Hybrid features. Interactive mode. You can easily interact with Python statement by statement. Many built-in libraries, right? Many built-in libraries. Okay. And wide varieties of application. And I was just saying, right? If you compare like Python and Java are two major programming languages for enterprise application development, but Python not only for that, many wide varieties of applications it's used in automation, in embedded applications, in desktop applications creations, right? Fine. So if you go 10 years back, Java was mostly used in the industry, but Python was very less used. But if you see now, right, from last 1 2 years, the usage of Python has increased a lot. Python usage has increased to 31. Java usage has decreased a little bit, right? Fine. So just as some of you were asking some queries, right? And if non-programming or for zero programming, right? To see that coding of Python, just I'll take a task and I'll try to implement in multiple programming languages. You can compare the code of Python with other language. You can just check how simple the Python statements look, and the coding wise, length wise, complexity wise, you can check as compared with other programming. Observe this. Python comparison with other programming. Python comparison with other programming, right? Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to disturb you. Are we supposed to ask our doubts now or after the session?
No. If you got any queries, you can go up, right? General query means at the end of the session. Okay.
No,
You can,
actually, to know like the way you teach, like can you teach us any program?
yeah, that's what I'm going, right? Python comparison with other programming. Up to now, what we have seen, that basics of Python, right? How it was built, how it was derived, the applications of Python, and
Like
who are
a
you?
program to implement inheritance, like something like that, so that we can know the way you teach.
Yes, 1 second. Not today. I'll be discussing some sample snippets of Python, right? Coding of Python, as yesterday also some of them were asking, right? Fine. Observe. First, I'll take a task. And I'll try to implement this task in the two major programming languages, Java and Python. You can just compare that coding wise, complexity wise, and length wise. You can check later. I'll show you some more examples on Python to just check that coding, right? Without any programming knowledge, means without any knowledge in Python also, I'll make you to understand, right, the statements of Python. So the task accepting true values from the user keyboard. Accepting true values from the user keyboard and performing addition. Accepting two values from the user keyboard and performing addition means you're supposed to enter value for first number, enter value for the second number. After entering, you are supposed to add the two numbers, right? First, I'll try to write using Java programming. First, I'll write this code using Java. Next, I'll try to write in Python. So if you got knowledge in Java, you can just go through the following code, right? Import java.io.start. I'll just show you the execution in both, right? Import java.io.start class. Okay, everything should be within the class in Java. Class sample. Okay. Public static void main. String aux throws IO exception. Okay, so here I'm using input stream reader equal to new input stream reader system.in. Every statement ends with semicolon. Buffered reader br equal to new buffered reader. Fine. So enter the first number. System.out.println. Enter the first number. S capital. System.out.println. Enter the first number. So whatever number you are entering, right, from the user keyboard, by default taken as string. It is taken as string s1, right? Br dot read line. Okay. So it is taken as whatever number you are entering, by default taken as string. Later we are supposed to convert to integer. Int I equal to integer dot parse int. This is a method to convert integer dot parse int. It is a integer dot parse int is a method to convert a string to integer. What string? S1 string into integer, right? I'll repeat these 3 lines for the second number also. Just I'll copy these 3 statements. Enter the second number. String s2 br dot readline int j integer dot parse int of s2, right? And finally say system dot out dot println, system dot out dot println, right? I plus j, right? Okay. Fine. So this is the coding in Java for accepting 2 values from the keyboard and performing addition, right? 1 second. And I'm copying this to a separate notepad file. Yes. Saving it. File, save. So I'm creating a separate folder for this batch, and I'll be saving all the programs within that file, like Python 8 p.m. right? Python 8 p.m. I've created a folder with the name Python 8 p.m. Within that, I'll save all this. So here I'm saving sample.java. Okay. So go to the command prompt and just execute, right? cd slash come out of this path. cd where your file is available in Python 8 p.m. Sorry. Python 8 p.m. only, right? Where we have stored this. 1 second. We have created a folder, right? Now, sorry. Once again, I'll save it, right? Sample dot file save. I think I've created on the desktop. Let me check. I'll go to the C drive, right? I'll within the C drive, I'll create Python 8 p.m. Python 8 p.m. right? A folder I'm creating within the C drive. I'm creating now sample.java .java extension, right? Okay. Now you can check it in C drive. I created the folder Python 8 p.m. like Java C for compiling. What is the name? Sample.java. If you get any errors, it will display the errors here, right? If there are no errors, we can execute the code. Okay, now we can execute the code right here. No errors. Say Java sample, right? Class, enter the first number 10, enter the second number 20, sum is what? 30. So this is what the code in Java, right? I don't know like how many of you have understood this code, right? Like there are some statements, right? It is a little complex to understand if it doesn't have the basic Java knowledge, right? What is a class? What is public static void main? What is this IO exception? What is input stream reader, buffer reader? What is a system.in? What is system.out.println, right? Okay, so here integer.parseInt. What is this read line? So this is a little complex to understand the statements, right? So, and the statements nearly you can see like 10 to 12 lines of code, right? 10 to 12 lines of code. But the same task I'm just going to write in Python. with not more than 3 lines. And you can just observe, I said they look like normal English statements. You can easily understand what happening in each statement, right? Just observe. Directly I'll write it within this Python shell. So within the search panel at the bottom, IDLE, Integrated Development Environment for Python. Python shell gets open. Later I'll discuss about these things, right? Downloading, installation, and execution, right? File, new file. So here I'm going to write the Python statements. X. I want the value of X. Input. I'm using input function to enter the value. To input, for inputting a value, I'm using input function. Enter value of X. Enter value of X. Right. Y. I want Y value also. Input, enter value of Y. Enter value of Y, right? Print